n'omusawo omuzaalisa baliko ebibuuzo bye babuuzibwa eby'enjawulo mu ngeri gye bayinza okuziyizaamu abaana baabwe okufuna akawuka ka mukenenya ko n'amagezi ge bayinza okuwa bakyala bannaabwe.
What do you think would attract or motivate women in your community to go for antenatal care?
Weighing is also there. After weighing, history taking.
Olwaleero omuwanguzi okuva mu bakyala bonna abeetabye mu lusindana luno lwakwasiddwa engule. Waliwo essuubi nti oba olyawo nti enkola eno singa etwalwa mu bitundu by'eggwanga ebitali bimu oba olyawo ekirwadde kya mukenenya ekyefudde ebberenje okuliisa bannayuganda akakanja kinaatulibwa ku nfeete. Julius Senkandwa, NTV, wano mu Arua town.
Ate abantu gye bakomye okwagala okufuna ssente ez'amangu gye bakomye n'okuyiiya obutego bwe bazifunamu oba olyawo engeri gy'oyinza okuyita ey'ekifere okuva olwekiri nti bebaguza ebintu tebabaguza byennyini ate bye baba beetaaga. Olwaleero tutunuulidde okutunda ennyama y'endiga abangi gye baliira mu nnyama y'embuzi nga tebakimanyi kubanga butcher ezitunda ennyama y'endiga zirina ntalabika nga kimuli kya ndaggo ate ng'ennyama y'embuzi egula busanga.
Oluvannyuma lw'abangi okwebuuza waddala gye batundira ennyama y'endiga zino ezireetebwa mu kibuga ennyingi buli lunaku, bwe tutyo naffe twatandise okunoonyereza kwaffe okumanya waddala gye batundira ennyama eno. Twasookedde wano ku lufula ye Wankulukuku era be twabuuzizza nga tebalabise ku kamera zaffe baatugambye nti wano baludde okusala endiga naye ne batulagirira walala gye basuubira okuba nti baasaze.
Waliwo kyembuuzaako kyenjagala okunnyambako. Noonya ku mutwe gwa ndiga.
Tebasaze wano ennaku zino badde tebasalawo ndiga.
Wowe nyinza kugufuna kubanga oyitaaga nina ekizibu kyenguyagaza.
Obeera ogenda mu kisenyi kati.
Kisenyi wala wanyinza okunkaluubirizaamu.
Oba mu Ndeeba big ways. Naye mabega awo. Era obuuza lufula y'embuzi weeri.
Naffe bwe tutyo obwanga twaboolekeza gye batulagiridde era bwe tugenzeyo ne tubuuza lufula y'embuzi weeri ne batulagirira mu nzigo tteno gye tubategeereza nti tulina ekizibu nga twagala mutwe gwa ndiga era ne batubuulira ssente ze bagutunda.
Guntere mu kaveera.
Kakati ennyama yabula ku katono.
Ne wali mutwalo. Wali tukolere ku mutwalo.
Sikomye kwekira ne mbasaba bangulizeeko ennyama y'endiga era nayo ne bagisokolayo gye bagikweka kyokera nga bwe bagamba nti kamwa kabikasa siroganga ne bano batandise okutubuulira engeri gye batabikamu ennyama y'endiga eno okugitundira mu y'embuzi.
Kirewera.
Nanda kiro.
Tewera bulungi.
Singa bakira mu mbuzi ate bw'otuuka onogibuuza. Sikyankufuga amambuzi egyo.
Lwaki?
Bamanyi bw'oba bamu walimu abatazizi.
Kakati ekyo tekikola bubyo giguza ate atagirya. Tekikola bubyo giguza atagirya.
Kata ababuche
Balina bali mu kubala.
yasuubula.
Endiga nnyingi nnyo ze tulaba nga bazingiza mu kibuga naye ekyebuuzibwa kiri kimu nti bwe bamala okuzisala zitundibwawa ng'oggyeko abo abazitwala mu maka gaabwe okulya ng'aguza ennamba. Olwaleero tukoze okunoonyereza okumanya wa butcher we tuyinza okusanga we batunda ennyama y'endiga. Tugenze okwesanga ng'ebifo ebisinga obungi we batundira ennyama y'endiga byebyo we batunda ennyama y'embuzi era abatuguzizza omutwe guno kwe batuguliza n'ennyama ebaddeko batutegeezeza nti ennyama y'endiga okusobola okutambula bagitabika mu ya mbuzi. Bwe tuvudde wano tugenze walala mu kisenyi ku musajja alombwa bano tusanze ennyama yaweddewo dda be twogedde nabo olw'okuba babadde nga batumanyi bagezezzaako okwebalama akatego kaffe wabula ne tubabuuza mu lwatu ku by'ennyama y'endiga.
Ngeno n'okiyingira n'ogitwala mu ngeri ng'eyo naye nakyo kisooka okuba nga waliwo abakikola kubanga si ffe ffekka wano abatunda.
Yadde bangi batutegeezezza nti ennyama y'endiga gye basala bagiguza Basomali n'Abasudaani abali mu kitundu kino kyokka era nga si be basobola okugula ennyama y'endiga zonna ezitibwa mu ggwanga.
Ba Ethiopia, ba Eritrea, Abasudaani, Abawarabu abo tebalya nnyama ya mbuzi bo bakozesa ndiga. Kati toyinza kusala nnyama ya ndiga mu butcher nga abantu abalala bakituteekako. Ofuna okusinga ng'ogitunze ennamba okusinga ng'ogitaddewa mu butcher. Sina nsonga lwaki ngisala ng'ate mu nnamba ngifunamu ssente okusinga nga ngitadde mu butcher.
Dini Lobo Wasava, NTV ku Sawem.
Kale mmwe abatalya nnyama ya ndiga naye ng'ey'embuzi bawomera mulina okwegendereza nga mugenze mu midaala. Ate nga tuvuddeyo yenna mukadde w'emyaka 7 mu disitulikiti ya Paaki azzeeyo okusoma. Omukadde ono kati ali mu kibiina kya mukaaga ku ssomero lya Ikwera Primary School ng'agamba nti alina ebirooto by'okusoma atuuke ku ttendekero ekkulu ery'e Makerere. Agamba nti singa aba agenze emitala w'amayanja ng'ekirooto kye bwe kiri ayagala aboogera oluzungu abenga bafuna bulungi awatali ate kubanga abamubuzaabuza.
Chimvimvyono Erina Aguti ow'emyaka 7 nga mutuuze we Aduku mu district ye Apache yasalawo n'addayo okusoma.
Yes.
Okusalawo kwe kuno kintu kya buvumu okusinziira ku bantu ab'emyaka gye.
Oh, you come on foot. Okay, you can get it. Thank you. Yes.
Ali mu kibiina kya mukaaga ku ssomero lya Ikwera Primary eno ng'asoma n'abayizi abandi badde bamuyita jjajja.
Fiscal fees in Uganda.
Fiscal futures.
Fiscal futures.
In Uganda.
In Uganda.
Erina Namwandu agamba yasalawo okuddayo okusoma olw'ensonga nti yali awubalira waka okuva bbalwe yafa.
You know Uganda here nowadays if you are not going to school you cannot feel well. Sometimes if I want to go where some country outside, they can want you to speak in English.
Namukadde ono yeesunga okutuula ekibiina ekyomusanvu omwaka ogujja. Ekirooto kye kya kusoma secondary era amalireko ddala emisomo gye mu ttendekero ekkulu ery'e Makerere.
If I pass PLE, I want to go to senior. But the bad thing I don't have money. But if somebody can sponsoring me, I can go ahead with my study.
Yategezezza nti singa abagenze emitala w'amayanja ayagala afuuwe oluzungu abenga abafuna bulungi.
But I cannot remember that one.
Anyone in Uganda?
Elgon.
Kale oyo wa myaka 7 n'olwekyo gwe atannaba kubanga ogiweza obanga tonnajja na nvi emyaka okyayina mingi osobola naawe okuddayo. Tukyagenda ddala mu maaso atugenda soka tumulemu Katonda ddala mukudda tukimunda muwera mula mangi g'otateekeddwa kubanga osibwa nga mulimu ne bino. Akabenje Mityana omusajja abadde ava mu kkanisa okusaba loole mukonye n'afiirawo. Mutabani we adusiddwa mu ddwaliro ng'asigaddeko kikuba mukono. Omuyaga e Bushenyi ebizimbe by'essomero lya Nyamushundo bigwiridde abayizi 6 n'omukulu w'essomero balumiziddwa.
Bwana Yesu akugamba akomawo ddi.
2AA comes your way at 8:05 p.m. hosted by the most high-rated hosts, Frank.
Bawala bagamba kishe twagala okufumbirwa naye baggaaya abo tebali serious. Kabala zino kati zogenda okukasibuza kati kawe ebiri.
We're confident this will be a smooth ride into our English news bulletin. NTV, your opinion matters.
Oluvannyuma lw'okuwummulamu okwo nate ketugende mu maaso. David Luboyera ow'emyaka 4 afudde mbagirawo ate ye mutabani we Frank Luboyera n'addusibwa mu ddwaliro ng'asigaddeko kikuba mukono oluvannyuma lwa loole okubatomera. Bano babadde bava mu ssinzizo. Akameje kano kagudde ku luguudo luva e Mityana okudda e Kampala mu katundu k'ewa Bigalo. Ye omugoba w'emmotoka eno na buli kati akyaliira ku nsiko.
Emugiridde wali nemusika nemutwala wali gyemutuusizza naye agenza okugamba kiki ng'omuntu amaze kukola kimutuusa wali omuntu amaze naye kakati nako oli bwamukutte najja amuleetera mu mupiira n'amukasuka wali ate era nadda bw'ati ate era n'amunyigira wali ng'olaba nti kiki
amawulire tegawoomya nakabululu nga tuvuddeyo ye Katikkiro wa Buganda Charles Peter Mayiga akalatidde abakulembeze obuteesukkulumya olw'ebifo by'abalondeddwamu wabula abakolera abo abalonze mu ngeri y'enneesimbo. Bino abyogeredde ku ttendekero lya Uganda Christian University ku mukolo ogw'okusiima n'okujjukira omugenzi Hamu Mukasa yaliko omumyuka wa Katikkiro nga yatonera ekkanisa ya Uganda ettaka ate okwazimbibwa ettendekero lino.
Not uncommon to go to an institution and you find it 10 years later worse than you left it. So I thank the administration for keeping the torch of this university burning.
And Jesus Christ himself also said in Matthew chapter 6 verse 33, "Tumusooka okunoonya bwakabaka bwa Katonda n'obutuukirivu bwe ebirala byonna bijja bongerwako."
A politician works for victory in elections. A statesman works for the benefit of future generations. That's the difference between them. And Hamu Mukasa was truly a statesman.
Abaana mukaaga balumiziddwa mu disitulikiti y'e Bushenyi era bano ne baddusibwa mu ddwaliro lya Mishono e Komboni oluvannyuma lw'enkuba y'amaanyi ng'erimu n'ekibuyaga okutonya n'emenya ebizimbe by'essomero.
Nyamushundo Vocational Secondary School mu ggombolola ya Bitoma mu disitulikiti y'e Bushenyi ly'essomero eryagudde oluvannyuma lw'enkuba ng'erimu n'ekibuyaga okutonya mu bitundu by'eno. Enkuba eno teyakomye kusuula bizimbe byokka wabula bangi balekeddwa nga balumiziddwa oluvannyuma lw'ebitundutundu ku bizimbe okubagwira.
Our head teacher Mr. Natwela Justus was badly hit. 2 members of staff were also hit by bricks. 6 students were dangerously hit by stones and bricks. They are now admitted at Komboni Hospital.
The brick hit me on the head and I fall down. When I tried to stand up, it hit me on the back. I again fall down.
Amyuka akulira essomero lino ategeezezza nti ebintu ebibalibwa mu kadde bibyayonoonekedde mu nkuba eno.
Which include banana plantation. So many property were damaged. One was desks where students were sitting.
Minisita wa guno naguli mu ofisi ya Ssaaba Minisita Tarsis Kabwejere yalambuddeko essomero lino n'alumiriza abakulira essomero lino okukotogera omulimu ogw'okulizimba.
There was no cement in the sand that was used to put up this building.
It's not just because the building was not well done. I think simply this is a disaster where government should come in as we mobilize the local effort to put back the school.
Omubaka wa Igara County era nga yatwala ekitundu ky'eno Rafael Magezi ategeezezza nga bwe bagenda okukola okunoonyereza ku kyaviiriddeko ebizimbe bino okugwa era bakutwala alipoota eri gavumenti.
Mu kitundu kyaffe eky'ebyemizannyo mwagenda okulabira abakyala bakola emibiri era nga basituzi ba buzito na kiki kibateekerateekera eggwanga lyaffe. Akadde ka byamizannyo kuli kayo ate mu kumulamuko. Timu ya Vision Volleyball Club yewangudde ekikopo ky'abakazi mu mpaka za Nkumba Open ezikomekerezeddwa olwaleero ku ttendekero ly'Enkumba okulira n'ekibuga ky'Entebbe. VVC ekubye bannantamigwa ba liigi y'eggwanga ab'endejje obugoba 3-1 okutuuka ku luzannya olw'akamalirizo. Ndejje yawanduddemu abategesi abankumba ate VCC newandulamu aba Sport S. Katulabate ebibadde eruyeyo.
Timu ya Vision Volleyball Club yatandikibwawo omwaka guno yefudde ebbereje mu muzannyo guno nate olwaleero bwewangudde ekikopo kyayo ekyokusatu. Timu eno ewangudde ekikopo ky'abakazi mu mpaka za Nkumba Open oluvannyuma lw'okuwangula abalina ekikopo kya liigi y'eggwanga ab'endejje. VVC ku by'endejje obugoba 3-1 mu mizannyo egibadde Nkumba ku ttendekero. Aba Sports be basoose okuloza ku bukambwe bwa VVC mu luzannyo olukulembera olw'akamalirizo bwe baba bawangudde ku bugoba 3 ku bwereere. Bw'ab'endejje bawanduddemu abategesi abankumba bwe bakubye obugoba 3 ku bwereere mu luzannyo olukulembera olw'akamalirizo. Mu mpaka z'abasajja Sports ne Sky Volleyball Club zibadde zikyeriga mu luzannyo olw'akamalirizo. Sam Mpoza, NTV.
ate bo abasituzi b'obuzito Becky Namusoke ne Prosi Nyanga. Olunaku lwa leero olubadde olw'okukulizaako empaka za Olympics bo balweyambisizza okugezesa ebitone byabwe okulaba bwe batuuse nga beteekera empaka za Commonwealth ezitandika omwezi ogujja. Wabula bo abakulira omuzannyo gwa Olympics mu ggwanga bagamba nti emizannyo egy'okukuza olunaku luno kati baagala gibune eggwanga lyonna okutandika n'ogw'omwaka ogujja.
So sene 68, 70, 72, nayenga 72 eyisemu ke mabega. Nayenga for me it's an improvement because emabega eri mbadde nkola 65, 68, nayo okulaba nti nkoze 70 ate ne negezamu 75 to me is a very big improvement.
Njagala nkole snatch, nkole kilo 9. Bwekinaaba kisobose nga nfunyemu training okweyongerako onkole ezisukkawo clean and jack njagala kukola 12 mu Commonwealth.
Olwakadde ate tuyinza kubanga tusukkawo wabula ku ntandikwa nakutegeezezaako nti ekinakulyako amenvu adde kigira ku kususa kati wano anakukola akabi ajja mu ngeri ya kisazisaazi era bw'amalaawo ng'atuukiriza ekigendererwa kyo oba nga azze kumalawo ng'akumalawo n'olwekyo bw'obanga okola olukwanokwano ku bantu olina okuba omwegendereza ennyo olabe ng'omuntu gw'okolako olukwano ate tayinza kuyita we yandikumye oba olyawo n'akutuusaako ekintu ekitali kituufu. Nze Patrick Mukasa nkwagaliza birungi byereere ate n'olunaku lw'enkya nkwagaliza okuyola omusimbi. Sula bulungi bweraba.
NTV, turning on your world.
Sometimes children have amazing ideas, but they can lead to tough stains. And for tough stains, there's new Omo Fast Action. Its super fast cleaning technology removes stains fast. New Omo, no one removes tough stains faster.
Program Guide is brought to you by
Jessa Smooth Yogurt.
Program Guide.
Jessa Smooth Yogurt comes in various flavors like vanilla, strawberry and banana. Jessa Farm Dairy. Always trusted, always delicious.
Today's highlight with
Nice and Lovely Body Lotion.
So Tijano, you're Jackie Wo. Ngochimanyi, you stole my husband. You still belong to me.
What?
That.
If you think Evelyn is not carrying my child, please prove it to me. Mutwale ku DNA.
Bataka, what do you really want right now?
I'm sure you know exactly what I want.
You have a deal with Evelyn. Katatenda boli wano planning a move.
You bring out the best in me. New and improved Nice and Lovely Body Lotion. The 24-hour skin moisturizer that's your skin's best friend. The best in me.
And the change of government won't stop a thing. I've run out of fingers counting the number of multinationals setting up here.
What about the 3 companies that announced their plans to launch last week?
I say they're shopping. Me, I'd be looking to sell.
At what price?
More. Much, much more.
I don't know who you are or how you know these things, but one thing I'm sure of, you're in the wrong job. Here, call me tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. I'd like to hear more from you.
Are you ready for your big break? The East African, understanding the region.
You're watching Morning at NTV.
No matter the weather, here at NTV, especially Morning at NTV crew, we are already up and running. Ladies and gentlemen, get up and go. Especially in this time of the World Cup, if you're a supporter of African teams, I am very proud of our boys. We are bringing the trophy home. Okay, that is very hard. But Chijakugwa, nevertheless, this is a time when most of you will use it as an excuse to get back into the sheets. In Africa, when it rains, everything stops. But this morning, we changed the mindset. Mabel Kevirunji, Simon Kesiate, Joel Senyonyi, and Brian Mlondo all ready to make sure that the next 5 days of this week are going to be spectacular. Let's get those days started with our question of the day. Good morning. Five respondents will each walk away with a mag from Morning at NTV. You could use definitely to have some hot coffee in your office, especially during this weather. You can also head over to our Twitter at Morning at NTV. Follow us and, of course, suggest the handle to your friends. Hashtag Morning at NTV. And the SMS platform is available. Send it to 6565. Mabel Kebirunji is at the NTV studios. Mabel, what an awesome joy. I'm really proud to be African, especially after beating the Koreans. I don't know if we'll get more aid, though, because we really embarrassed them. How does the World Cup feel for you thus far?
Thank you very much, Brian. I must admit, I also felt very proud to be African. Talking about Ghana over the weekend, I think that was spectacular. They deserved actually to win, but a draw is okay. And obviously Algeria. But we shall be talking more about World Cup later on with Ismail Dakaba Chigongo. I do hope you had a wonderful weekend. Welcome to the show this Monday in June, the last Monday in June actually. And I thank you for joining us, whether on air or online. Starting off with the headlines, a primary 6 pupil severely beaten by her teacher has been hospitalized. Dr. Byabashaija, the Uganda prisons chief, says the prisons are not to blame for congestion in prisons, and 200 babies die in their first 28 days annually.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji and Brian Mulondo.
A primary 6 pupil in Kampala has been hospitalized after being severely beaten by her teacher. The 14-year-old was punched by a male teacher for reportedly referring to him as Madam. Sheila Ndufuchire reports.
On a normal Sunday, this primary 6 pupil, who we will call Anita, would be doing chores and completing her homework in preparation for classes on Monday. But that is not possible now. The young girl was slapped and punched by one of her male teachers for reportedly addressing him as Madam, a beating that has left her bedridden.
The teacher came in, asserting them, please keep quiet, giving them simple slaps on the shoulders here. Keep quiet, keep quiet, keep quiet, quiet. Then also Laila came in, and Laila, he gave him a slap here. They say a simple slap on the cheek. Then the story ended there.
Yasoka basi mbisala yini nabaga mgenga mwekuba empi bwe muti kati yalanga beekubye katone kyavaamu n'atuuka ku munne woono omulala omulenzi mwana wa ssenga woono n'amugamba gwe ngenda kukuba oyo n'amukuba mbusimaye vivi mu mugongo era enkeera waliwo abaana baga nti yasoma kati bwe yatuuka ku ono n'amugamba kola bw'oti n'amusulika bw'ati omutwe n'amukubamu ebikonde ebyo byonna abaana nga bwe babitugamba.
Anita is now in pain and speaks with great difficulty. The teacher accused of beating her is called Bosanta Unia, a second-year university student who happens to be the son of the school's headmaster. Anita is said to have fainted after the beating. Her parents only learnt about it through her fellow pupils. They now fault the teachers for negligence. The girl was admitted at Nsambia Hospital for 2 days. Her condition, however, deteriorated after she got discharged and had to be taken to Mulago Hospital.
Ngenda okulaba sawa nga 12 awo kitundu ng'omwana atabusa ali bubi nnyo ali bubi atandise okwesikata kyasobola kunywera kaseke nga bwe mbadde muweerako ne banga amwereko ku jjiiko okumuweera ku jjiiko ng'amannyo geesibye.
The school administration maintains that the incident was an accident that could happen to anyone.
For us at the school administration, we take it as an accident. As I have told you, as also as you are going now outside, you can fall down, but you always fall down.
For now, the accused teacher has been suspended by management pending investigations. Anita's relatives registered a case of assault at Namasuba police post, but the family members say they are dissatisfied with the pace of the investigations.
Nali njagala bajjanjaba omwana ng'omwana oli omulenzi eyakuba omwana ono ng'ali munda.
The assistant superintendent of police at Namasuba police post could not give us a comment about the family's concerns when we approached him. The school administration has so far contributed 970,000 for Anita's hospital bills. The Ministry of Education and Sports banned corporal punishments 8 years ago. But reports from non-government organizations like Save the Children and AMPCAN show that Uganda still lags behind in addressing cases of corporal punishment. Their reports show that 84 school-going children out of every 100 have faced corporal punishments while at school. Sheila Ndufuchire, NTV.
A very sad story there. The Uganda Prison Service says they are not to blame for the congestion in prisons. In an interview with NTV, the prison's boss says the criminal justice system takes too long to dispose of cases. He also says that this financial year, the salaries of prison warders will be increased. Maurice Ochol spent a day with Dr. Johnson Byabashaija, the Commissioner of Uganda Prisons, and now reports of a pilot method known as pre-bargaining by suspects that has helped in the disposal of a number of cases.
In every service in the world, one of the most crucial is the prisons. You just cannot have a society of do-gooders alone. Someone always gets it wrong. The prison service at Luzira, like many others, is a home to more prisoners than it can contain. The Uganda Prisons Commissioner says the congestion is a result of the slow criminal justice system.
You know, the criminal justice system is a chain. You start from the arresting officers to the investigating officers to the prosecutions, the director of public prosecutions, then to the courts, and then to us. Once this chain is not as efficient as the cases are coming in, then you have a backlog.
There are more people still attending to court than those already convicted, and this is mostly common at the urban centers. The numbers increase by the day, but the prison's boss says they are working with inmates. They have a new system, a pilot called pre-bargaining.
Pre-bargaining is whereby the suspects agrees to plead guilty and therefore not wasting court's time and resources, and then for probably a lighter sentence than he would have got. For example, a case which would have made you to be sentenced to death, if you pre-bargain, it can be reduced to, let's say, 30 or 40 years.
There have been many cases of prison breaks, Dr. Byabashaija says. The prison warders are much fewer than the inmates. It becomes hard to keep track.
And we have been having some escapes, there's no doubt about that. But these escapes have been attributed to two main reasons. One, our structures are beginning to feel the pressure of the number of suspects. And number two, we have been having a very low staff prisoner ratio.
Last week, the civil society made claims that Geoffrey Kazinda was not being held at Luzira. The prison's boss says Kazinda and actually Draru are both inmates at Luzira prison.
The day he didn't appear in court, he was not scheduled to be in court. They would have produced to us what we call a production warrant. Draru is very present. She's doing classes.
A few weeks ago, the Finance Ministry released the 2014-2015 budget.
But my orders will have to have a salary enhancement. This ceiling, which has been raised, will enable me to do some promotions, probably around the October, November. So people might be able to eat Christmas with new ranks. This salary enhancement will make me able to pay the people whom I have been recruiting now, who are due to start in July, especially the warders, 1,000.
Dr. Byabashaija says Chigo Prison in Rweza will now be relocated to Kasange in NTV on 300 acres of land. He says no competent investor has yet been identified to take over the land on which the Luzira prisons lie.
The rising figures of new HIV/AIDS infections in Arua district could see the fight against it lose focus if the authorities take their time to react. In the last 12 months, the prevalence rate has risen from 2.3% to 4.9%, with leaders fearful that the struggle is on a drastic downward trend, and they hope that and take the district down to a hopeless path.
Arua district is part of the 8 districts that make up West Nile region, and due to its location where inter-border crossing is unlimited, leaders are concerned that if not much is done, then the fight against HIV and AIDS in the district could be lost. Leaders told NTV that the prevalence rates have peaked sharply in the last 1 year, and this raises questions on the progress in the struggle for total elimination of HIV and AIDS in the area.
the prevalence rose from 2.3 to 4.9. So this is what scares. The fact that it's going upwards. It should have been either stagnant or it should have been coming down.
Dr. Patrick Nguzu, who is the district health officer, says the sharp rise is based on a combination of factors which range from cultural to economic practices.
We didn't know that actually men are also being paid for sex by women. Yeah. We found a big number of these boys, especially the ones who work in these bars, the ones who work in these restaurants and so on. They are being paid by some female patrons for sex, so to say.
But as it is in other parts of the country where pregnant mothers prefer traditional birth attendants instead of modern medical facilities, even here the situation is no different.
So if your husband refuses totally, you cannot go there. You just remain at home. Now you go to the TBS doctors, let me say, doctors.
Others fear the position we use for delivering them at the facility, especially during delivery hours. The time, you know that in our culture, our private parts are not supposed to be seen anyhow. So at the facility, we have to lie these mothers and see the parts and such that we can organize well for them.
Now, as they make efforts to scale down the prevalence rates in West Nile, the leaders, in conjunction with NGOs like Baylor Uganda, have embarked on using the locals to encourage expectant women to do antenatal checkups. Here they participate in a competition by answering questions related to prevention of mother-to-child transmission of HIV. The competition lasted 2 weeks, taking answers from participants from the 8 districts, with the winner being crowned at the end.
Minicho oku Arua diki fe yini igwa lata vleri isuzuri manga ovu okupini okoriete taru eyu alata borsi.
What do you think will attract or motivate women in your community to go for antenatal care?
Weighing is also there. After weighing, history taking, they ask you whether your family is having diseases like TB.
We came up with the Pregnant Mothers Contest because we realized that we have a young population, and this contest would be a good platform for us to communicate and to send out the message on how we can eliminate mother-to-child transmission of HIV.
The district winners are expected to take a central role in sensitizing other women on the advantages of embracing antenatal care when pregnant. The winner of the competition was awarded 250,000 shillings.
Indeed, one does never cease. I don't think I'd ever heard of a pregnant woman's beauty contest, but there you go. And we shall now cross over to the gentleman to find out what's making headlines in the newspapers. Good morning, Simon. I can see you enjoying your cup of tea.
Good morning, Mabel. It's indeed a wonderful morning, but extremely wet and cold from where we're coming to you from at the rooftop of the Kampala Serena Hotel on this wonderful Monday morning, the 23rd day of June 2014. Now, I always tell you that we come to you, come rain, come shine, and today it's rain and a bit windy, so there may be some interruption in our audio and you may hear a lot of buzz. Well, that is some of the collateral damage you've got to grapple with, especially if we're coming to you on a wonderful rainy Monday morning. Good morning. We'll be coming to you right about now with the press review in a bit. Just joining us from wherever you're watching us across the country and elsewhere, good morning and welcome to Morning at NTV's Press Review. My name is Simon Kasiate. I'm joined by the distinguished duo of gentlemen, Brian and Joel. Good morning, good people.
Good morning.
Good morning. An awesome weekend I had. I was paying for it this morning. Woke up late. I spent the weekend in Mbarara, the land of milk and honey.
Did you get any milk?
Somebody calls it the land of milk and honeys, plural. You'll get it later.
So did you get yourself a honey?
A honey. I'm still working on that. I should return one of these good days. But you see, one thing that was conspicuous when I got to Mbarara town, you know that roundabout that had the statue of the cow, the long Honda Kole cow? That cow is not there anymore. I thought,
Wait a minute.
What happened?
You are blind or what?
It's not there. It's not there.
Did they put it somewhere else?
Where exactly?
I think it's somewhere.
It was at a central point. It was the embodiment.
No,
it used to be the welcome.
No, what you see was not a cow. It was cow horns.
Yes.
No, it was just a statue of cow horns and just a head.
Full cow.
Listen, I'm giving you the history of that place as someone that's been there. I wouldn't argue with you on matters of Nakasongola, so listen to me. Then it went into a bull, not even a cow. A long horn and called a bull, complete with, the regalia of a bull.
Yes.
That now was moved, and there is now a clock tower, and right in front of the clock tower is the same bull being constructed. It is there. You were just not close enough. I think now that is why the people of Bara should have removed that clock tower in the first place, because it's a distraction. People don't actually see that the bull is there and it's under
it used to be the embodiment of Barara.
But let them put the clock in this, like the stomach of the bull or something.
Well, I'm glad that you came back from Bara in one piece. Few in your caliber never go there and come back in one piece.
What do you mean
leave long enough to tell the story. Well, we're waking up to the Daily Monitor this morning and the Observer newspaper. The Daily Monitor telling us that government is in very advanced stages of amending our constitution. The constitution is the supreme law of the land, and we are looking at the 1995 constitution. Among the amendments to be made, including, and I think this will come to you as some good news, Joel, that the Electoral Commission will change name and will be managed by it will be called the Independent Electoral Commission, and will be managed by professional commissioners and technical staff who will be seen and should be felt to be impartial.
Let me tell you something. If after today you cease to be Simon Kasiata and you become Simon Kadingo, and the U does not change of name does not make anything. It does not matter how good you believe yourself.
But no, here they are saying they will be managed by professional commissioners. In other words, they are concentrating the fact that the current commissioners possibly are not professional. And they're also saying that it will be managed by people who should be impartial. That means maybe the current
commissioners. But they've always said that Chief Wondo and his team are impartial. So what actually is an indictment on themselves, because these people are supposed to be professional. That
let us also not be extremely pessimistic here. We have been calling for all these years the revamping electoral reforms, and among them the reconstitution of the Electoral Commission.
Not just to be appointed. The same way these guys are appointed. I mean, all stakeholders should be involved
the details are not perhaps in this story, but clearly now we should look at the details. Are we looking at a model where the Electoral Commission is appointed as it is?
Yeah, that's the way it is. If you read the story.
And let's be very honest here. There is a lot of Parliament vets these Electoral Commissioners. We know for sure that before Chigundu took over, they had yes, he was vetted seriously, and the top contender at that time was Ambassador Sebunya. Ambassador Sebunya, who is ambassador to Tripoli, if my foreign affairs thing is still anything to go by, was kicked out by these very parliamentarians on the basis that he was extremely
the same one you're always hounding this morning for all manner of activity.
No, look, and this was the 8th parliament. We're not talking about
what is the possibility that the president will will vet someone who is not an NRM cadre?
What's the possibility? That's a good question, because ultimately, I mean, still as it is the president who does appoint, then Parliament approves, vets, and then eventually
Parliament approves.
What is the possibility? So it's the same modus operandi.
The president will not send someone who does not support him.
That's why we have NRM cadres like Chigundu has stood in elections and so on, and that kind of thing. We want to have all stakeholders involved, because you see, at the end of the day, even if Badru Chigundu actually delivers a free and fair election, people do not believe that.
Wait a minute. So if I have contested in any electoral position under any political party, that automatically disqualifies me from being an electoral commissioner. Is that what you're saying?
Well, perhaps you should have some kind of limit and say for this number of years. But you see, if you fail in the NRM primaries and then you're appointed on this commission,
they say 5 years. You see, they say 5 years. If someone has not participated in electoral politics in the last 5 years, then qualifies to become an electoral commissioner. One thing is for sure, this move to amend the constitution action in this direction, I think should be applauded. We cannot always be seen to castigate every amendment on the Constitution as if they are scrapping term limits.
It should be a win for the opposition.
No, it's not. I actually don't think so. As a Ugandan,
I can tell you, Brian, even if Wafula Ogutu became the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, I can tell you the opposition would never get any more numbers than it gets currently.
No, I was going to
actually
ask
you,
do you think that we would have a free and fair election if someone from the opposition led the electoral?
That's actually tangential to the real issue.
What do you mean?
We're talking about people having a trust in this.
What we are complaining about is NRM card.
No, we are talking about trust. You know, that's why I was saying, even if at the end of the day, Badru Chigundu Engineer and his team actually deliver, let me make this point, even if they deliver a free and fair election, Ugandans are not going to believe them, to believe that, because they did not have the trust in this. Why? Because of the embodiment of it. So at the end of the day, even, you know, opposition fellows can cheat and that kind of thing. But if you want to have a trust in this, all stakeholders should be involved, and that is the point.
You see, it is like KCCA FC playing against Manchester United, and the referee is, yes, Howard Webb, and KCCA also has the audacity to complain that Manchester United has beaten it.
Yeah, by the way,
I mean, at the end of the day, even if you have the best, if you have Colino, is that the referee, the Italian referee called Colino, the guy with the big eyes? If he was officiating a match between Uganda Cranes and Germany,
that doesn't mean
he's the most unfair guy. He's the most fair guy, I know.
But beat them fairly. That's the point.
You see, one thing is for sure. I've told you, even if they, in fact, get Magogo and make him a referee in a game between Uganda Cranes and Germany, believe you me, and they give Uganda 20 penalties and they give 7 red cards to Germany. Germany will still win.
Simon. So that is totally off tangential. You level the ground. Let the best one take the day, whether it's NRM or whoever, but let the ground be level. That's the point.
It is you Uganda Cranes who want Magogo as a referee, who want to be given 20 penalties, who are saying for you to get Magogo as a referee and get 20 penalties, that is a level ground. No.
I like what the lizard is saying about changes in the constitution. This means more retreats, more cash, and so on.
Without
we hope there won't be certain things passed surreptitiously as this constitution, because there's things like the age limit of somebody run for president. You know, we know that that's in the offing. There's also the bit about extending the years from about 5 to 7 or
like
10,
Rwanda.
like Rwanda.
Yeah.
And then there's also one final thing. You know, currently, you don't just win by a majority. It's got to be 50% plus. But we hope this doesn't get changed as well clandestinely, that just simple majority. You get 20%, well, as long as you're the winner, you go through.
Let's ignore the assumptions of Joel and look at the Daily Monitor.
No, we should be concerned. There are concerns.
We are making a
concerns.
We are making a press review, and we are saying what is in the papers today, not what we think or what we've had in rumors.
No,
please let us stick to the newspapers.
The observer. Because what is there in? Add some touch to it.
You see, most Ugandans are salary earners and they work for government. Here is, there will be a salaries commission which will sit down and benchmark salaries for civil servants. This includes policemen, soldiers, and teachers, and all that. That, I think, would be more important for people to know that is in the Daily Monitor here, as opposed to Joel's assumptions and rumors.
No, they're not rumors, they're legitimate concerns. You see, when you're a brilliant chap, you know, you think about so many different things that are...
Okay, the Observer this morning, Joel, Mbabazi has been given an NRM ultimatum to sell the sole candidacy of the president.
Who gave the ultimatum?
The chief whip?
Yes. I saw her huffing and puffing the other day, but I imagine that what she was saying was inconsequential. Look, you know, the Changwan's resolution was an opinion. Those guys were opining. It was not binding in any way.
Joel.
Except, of course, the Prime Minister did sign. But did he sign that I'm going to go out and sell it? He was just saying, okay, you pass the resolution, then it's okay. Perhaps there should have been another resolution that we are going out to sell these candidates.
But you see now, Joel, this baffles me. Because why aren't you towing the party line? Why don't you get out and form another party if you can't obey the rules?
What wrong has the man done?
Are you going to Labour to start describing how Catholic a Pope is? What had they going to do in Changwans? They had gone to make resolutions.
Yes.
And
that are binding.
No, they're not binding.
To them.
It's not the NRM caucus that determines who starts.
But it's not,
we need to know these
things.
It's
not important. It does not come to that. When you sign, his number what on that paper?
202.
202. He signed. Period. Whether it's binding or not, he's part of the NRM. And I think
without a doubt,
we should now stop playing
let's not
multi-party politics. If we can't
Joel this morning has woken up from the side where he wants a fight on anything. There is a bull on the roundabout of Mara. He claims it's not there. He wants an argument.
I didn't see. Perhaps I should have gone with specs.
Exactly.
Maybe I was looking at other things.
Exactly.
At buildings. What's wrong with you?
There is a proper black and white in the newspapers. He's adding on his. But maybe I need to inform you.
I saw an advert of the Chankwazi resolution with the guy singing, "We believe in your president, everybody come together."
This is something that is a bit stupefying. If you've watched UBC World Cup, I'm not a soccer fan, but during breaks before the match starts, His Excellency the President, we are with you in 2016.
Yes, that's the advert.
No, this is wrong.
Yeah.
This is grossly wrong. Even if I were
what
to support
is wrong
His
with the
Excellency,
NRM?
that's use of national resources for the wrong reasons.
That advert can be played on any other TV station.
Yeah, but you see,
and could have been financed by some other individuals.
We paid 1.5 billion shillings.
Okay, it's a very bad advert. As a man who does media and graphics,
you're adding a little touch to it.
That means I don't think the state sponsored that. Maybe an individual went to his sitting room and designed it. But it shows how those guys are willing to invest.
Here is what our friend is saying. Quote of the day: on U.S. travel ban on Uganda over anti-Gelo. Mr. Obama has more on his plate in Syria and Iraq and could be diverting domestic attention for a while. For once, I'm agreeing with this guy. Much of the time what he says, you don't exactly want to listen to it. Him and his friend Tamare Mirundi. But Ofono, kudos to you. You are becoming,
There's really nothing Obama.
For those of you who never read your academic transcripts from especially Makerere University, we're waking up to news this morning that the university will start charging you for delaying to pick your transcripts. Now, my $1 million question to Makerere University is, what happens to those days when you have kept our transcripts, when you have not been able to give us our transcripts? We've gone years on end and you have not been able to process them in time.
Actually,
who has ever mooted the idea of charging you for not giving us our transcripts in time? These Makerere University guys are pretenders. When I was going to graduate the first time at Makerere, these crazy chaps lose one of my results, and after all the hurabaru, a week before the graduation, they tell me, okay, you will graduate, but you will not be in the little book. And I told them, don't tell me bollocks. For me, you can keep your degree, but put my name.
Put my name there. My parent has to see the name.
Without a doubt.
But you see, the other thing is, I was speaking to one of the registrars there, and they were telling me, look, there are people who believe, I did go and I saw a heap of, transcripts. And this person was telling me that there are people who feel their transcripts are safer at Makerere University.
The house can.
That is if they
are
there.
But your point is very legitimate, There are those that go, for a year plus and they've not got their transcripts.
A year?
Which is wrong.
Well, things have changed now. Makerere, when kids are graduating, they get their transcripts.
Absolutely, but I'm asking,
so things have changed
ourselves,
now.
that has to come 90 years later, yeah? Well, we're waking up to some interesting national news of a minister giving away his daughter to an Israeli. It is in the Daily Monitor here, and I think the point stressed here is intermarriages between race, tribe, and even across creeds. And coming in from the quarters where the minister comes from, this particular tradition, I am glad that this is beginning to happen, especially within this tribal setting, because those don't seem to have always embraced the issue of intermarriages. And I think now this country is moving forward, especially if leaders are leading by example in this area.
Well, I don't know what that means, because here in the Observer we have a story. Muslim parents worried about Christian students. This school seems to enroll more Christian students than Muslim students. And are we still on the line of tolerance?
Well, there we have it.
At the end of the day, and that's why for me I keep saying, you know what, I'm Ugandan first and foremost. Before I am a Muluri, before I am all these different things. We are more similar than we are different. We need to be cognizant of that. This, we keep quibbling over trivial issues. I think we need to outgrow certain things.
I keep telling these people, these political groups, I remember after the 2011 election, we went around trying to popularize a report after a long observation mission of the EU that was extremely deep and competent. And we told them, start pushing for electoral reforms now, because if you wait any longer, it will be 2 years before the next election. You start pushing for electoral reforms only to get newspaper space, and that's all you will get, because there won't be enough time. Because in 2 years' time, MPs are busy also looking out for their own survival. Political campaigns will have started, like President Museveni already started. We told them, they refused. They went and started walking to work. They started work for God and my country. Now iPod is waking up too little, too late. It's like waking up to cover yourself after a long night at 5 a.m.
This guy is saying something. The other day the president was opening what?
A tap.
A tap, eh?
Patience Ozoko excites Kampala.
Yesterday I was with the president in Jinja. He was he laid a foundation stone at Jinja Senior Secondary School and joined celebrations to mark 60 years of the Jinja School of Nursing and Midwifery. And I think for me, that was an interesting scenario. You see the president in there, and whatever he discussed, you'll be seeing it in the press. But I can tell you that this is a working president. Remember, yesterday was a Sunday.
This is supposed to
I'd imagine so. Certain things one would imagine let them be dedicated to ministers and that kind of thing. But you see, that's why campaign time. He's a politician.
Have we conditioned our president to think that things can only move when he's there? Because we even see people quarreling. A husband beats a wife and then say, government to yam.
No, His Excellency the President is the quintessential politician, you know, so when you see him here, there,
that goes down to the malaise of you politicians of Uganda. If the president is aloof and keeps himself in State House and only performs cocktails and cutting tape at airports and all that, you will say the president is not on the ground.
Yeah, but that's now if our ministers and the people down are not delivering. If the systems are broken down.
Listen, I can tell you, at the end of the day, people don't vote ministers. They vote. That's why you'll find a constituency.
To work. The credit goes to you.
No,
that's what leadership is about.
I have seen places where even a sitting minister loses an election, but the president wins. You know that for sure.
No, but
that the president wins in Luwero, but his party member
does not win.
Does not win. Wins in Luwero and doesn't. The same president, Kampala Central here, Kampala District. If you put the overall votes, President Museveni won in Kampala District as a presidential candidate. But look at how many MPs are in the House as a result of the elections here.
But we need to build systems. Well, systems are working, you know, and actually I feel for the gentleman, you know. He's an old man, he runs up and down, he's tired. We need to relieve him, you know. Delegate, now why are you laughing?
You have had that in your cultural settings. That's why you always go to some clan head and all sorts of things. Now, you want it to be different at the central government.
Patience Ozoko excites Kampala, the Nigerian star, Mama G. She probably, usually in all her movies, she takes the role of the bad person.
The other day I found him watching in Nigeria. And he's asking who is that.
And I want to ask him, where did you find me watching it from?
No, you see, I had come to deliver a message to you only, you know, in your office.
About, you know,
you had come to discuss serious things, you know.
When was the last time you were in Ginger?
And then you were watching.
When was the last time you were in Ginger?
Well, Ginger, you go once every.
I was there the whole of last week.
So, interesting. But I hope we can build the film industry in Uganda, and you know, we don't have to be, you know, copycat literally everything.
Oh, Joel, just so you know, women activists, your friends, are saying that this budget really has sidelined them.
I do not know what
you
become my friends.
No, you are the one who's already saying affirmative action is now misplaced. I think
it is. I think it is. Women have cried for too long.
Before you go for that,
you don't open the Pandora's box. So
the budget has sidelined women, says activists. Now you can roll.
But look, I think we need to be very careful. As we uplift the girl child, we should not now, you know, downtrodden the boy child. You know, we need to be very careful because the time is going to come when we need affirmative action for the boy child, which is wrong. So the 1.5, you know, for the girls going to university, I think that it has become obsolete with time. It is a tired one. It is a creature. Like our friend says it, you know, women need to cease seeing themselves as vulnerable because they are not anymore.
Right. You can also find out why the president feared to criticize MPs in the past. A story in the Observer inside Museveni's mind.
Now, well, you can say it.
King Oyo is telling his subjects to remain peaceful in demanding for property. There's been a whole fuss about, you know, now he's going to fast and then insults from the other side and that kind of thing. But it's coming out to be a gentleman saying this for no, you remain calm, you know. Might be a boy to some people, but
someone
I can
said
still be a
you
gentleman.
can't get anything from the president unless you shout. So
unless you shout. One of his ministers, actually.
Yeah,
that's the works minister.
The king now going to another 20 years.
Well, I'm sure the king did not shout to get what he has been receiving from the president in all the years that he has been king. Well, as we close it down, there is an interesting look at health living pull out in the Daily Monitor, which is talking about tuberculosis and how it affects all your body parts. But most interestingly, mobile phone exposure harms male fertility, says the report. Those of you who put your mobile phones in your hip pockets, be sure that one of these days you may be in a position where they say you are shooting rubber bullets.
There's something I see here interesting before you cross over to Mabel. Prolonged sitting, why it is bad for your health. For those of you who are always sitting every now and again, it is troublesome.
Well, there we have it. Perhaps that is why Joel is already sleeping as opposed to sitting so that he can prolong his living.
Have I been dozing on
Well,
the show?
here we are talking about local news in the newspapers as they're playing it out. But we know that on the international arena, Iraq is still in the doldrums of violence while the Boko Haram still continues to wreak havoc in Nigeria. Mabel, what's taking place in the realm of politics, economics, and yes, in Brazil?
Very much Simon. Now, starting off with Iraq here, more than 1 million Iraqis have fled their homes as ISIS continues its armed siege of the area. ISIS fighters take control of a traffic intersection here in this picture, and according to the UN, it has created lots and lots of displacements in the area. Also on the CNN page, we have my screen seems to have frozen a little bit there, but I can tell you that on the Sky page, the Ghana has asked police to investigate match fixing. Apparently, there is this guy who is alleging that a Ghanaian official plus a FIFA official agreed to sign a contract which would mean that the national team would get results that were favorable to, I guess, a certain syndicate there. But Ghana, the Ghana Federation is denying that. The Ghana Football Association is denying that. Also on the Sky page, we have a lady claiming that her son has been brainwashed. This is jihadist's mother, Raid Khan, claims that her son has been brainwashed. The son appeared in a video calling for all Western Muslims to fight in Syria and in Iraq. And moving on onto the BBC page, Sunni militants seize Iraqi's western border crossings. We are seeing the Iraqi government losing more and more territory to these Islamists in the country, and it is indeed a great cause for concern. On a sad note, Yaya and Kolo Toure have lost a brother. He was 28 and was playing for a club in Lebanon. He died over the weekend just after earlier on, I think, either the weekend or around Friday there. And obviously our thoughts and prayers are with them. Now this is on the BBC page, very interesting here. The piglets are actually being probed over the security breach. How did they get into Parliament? And these pigs are actually going to be tested for tourism. Apparently they could have been used as a tourist. So it is standard practice, according to someone from Uganda here, saying to test for tourism-related material, as they could have been another motive other than a protest. So I guess we're going to see these pigs in a lab at some point. Interesting there. And then we still have Iran rejecting U.S. action in Iraq. Iran maintains that the Iran thinks that the U.S. just wants to retake control over Iraq and not just fight the Sunni militants. And we'll end with this story. Jermaine Grant apparently sent a text message to the White Widow saying, lions are everywhere. One of them is watchful, like a bird watches a stone. And what does that actually mean? He has been in contact with the White Widow, and the White Widow has been known to have links to the recent attacks, terrorist attacks in Nairobi. He's actually on trial there in Mombasa. And that's all we had for you this morning. Morning at NTV continues right after this break.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji and Brian Mulondo.
What's that?
That document.
Oh, that. Just some business.
I came to apologize. I have no right to interfere in your lives.
I've eliminated the only evidence that links me to Ivan Chinawa's death.
But you didn't have to kill another person.
It's not like I've got anything to hide, Nene. Just go ahead.
Victoria, how is it like to work for Miles Filagazi?
Blood seemed to matter not.
Blood?
Yeah, blood.
I'm responsible for your father's death.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji and Brian Mulondo.
Thank you for joining us. We now cross over to Simon for today's big story. Good morning, Simon, once again. What are you talking about and whom do you have on today?
A very good morning to you, Mabel. Indeed, as I told you, it's a very cold, windy and rainy Monday morning. And yes, some people will argue that now as we close in on the month of June, we should be way into the dry season. For Uganda has two seasons, the wet and dry season. And right about now, previously, this used to be the dry season. Questions abound as to why this is the wet season and not the dry season as it were. What are we talking about? No prizes for guessing. We are talking about climate change this morning. And yes, I have an interesting insight coming in from a professional, or should I say a technocrat, from the National Environment Management Authority. Stay tuned for that. Good morning once again. If you're just joining us from wherever it is that you are joining us, welcome to the big story on Morning at NTV. My name is Simon Kasiate. This morning, we're waking up to a very cold, wet and windy Monday morning in Kampala, where we're broadcasting to you live from. You may be watching us from a place, say, somewhere in the cattle corridors of Mbara, where Joel just returned, that is now grappling with extreme hot conditions. But for the most part, we know that this otherwise would have been the wet season. We have seen, if you were watching us in Kasese, that the River Nyamwamba has busted banks once again and a looming crisis is at your doorsteps. Those in Bududa, if you're watching us from the environs around that place in the slopes of Mount Elgon, well, we can only hope that this particular season leaves you intact and on your soils. What's happening to the country that we call our motherland, or perhaps the world in which we all live? There's been a tremendous shift in weather patterns over the decades. And this has been described by many as climate change. What exactly has gone so wrong, and how can we mitigate the debilitating effects of climate change? Or how can we curb it or nip it in the bud if we are not too little, too late? And of course, if we are unable to control it, how are we able to cope and live with it? This morning, I'm happy to be joined by the Natural Resources Management Specialist. He heads the Climate Change Desk at the National Environment Management Authority, Dr. Festus Bagora. Good morning and welcome to Big Story.
Good morning viewers.
Let's start from the basics here. What exactly is happening to our motherland here? This is supposed to be the dry season, but we are seeing patterns of winter, Uganda style.
Now everybody is almost confused, and it is not surprising because the issue of climate change has been talked about in this country and worldwide for quite some time. And I'm sure Ugandans, like the rest of the world, are beginning to wake up to know that there is climate change and it is going to have impacts on us. And what you have to do is to prepare to manage your life within a changing climate. I think that's what we should say. You are right. This time we were expecting to be, we should have actually already entered into a dry spell. I don't want to call it a long dry season, but a dry spell. In the southwestern Uganda, you have the dry spell, starting from about mid-May or towards the end of May, and it goes on up to towards the end of August. But I was in the cover yesterday. If you are confused, it's raining. It's raining. They are happy because the sorghum is going to, that one which was planted late, because of the confusing arrival of rains, is going to be harvested. But at the same time, the farmers are worried, saying that this rain which has entered into almost July, is it going to come in time in September for us to grow their type of crop? So the climate, has changed in Uganda, no doubt about it. The main change that we have noted is the variability of weather. The rain is coming when you don't expect them.
Or when you don't even want them.
Even when you don't want them, because they can even spoil your harvest.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because God arranged the climatic, times in such a way that there is time for preparation of land.
But Dr. Bagor, we all know indeed what's happening. We even have an idea what the cause is. But you coming in from the National Environment Management Authority clearly tells us that government had the foresight to realize that this is a tide that we are not about to stop, and therefore we should put in place an authority that should help the country to cope with the adverse effects when they come. You may wish to share with us what it is that you are telling Ugandans or preparing Ugandans for, and how we can mitigate our livelihood to ensure that these effects of climate change do not sweep us under the bridge, even literally.
I would like to inform the viewers that National Environment Management Authority has got its clear mandate. Yes, climate change is very relevant to environment, but we have also an institution of government which is supposed to synthesize the data on the climate and inform Ugandans in time about what is expected. Unfortunately, it is a forecast. And sometimes this institution called Meteorological Authority predicts and warns Ugandans that the way we have seen, the data here that is collected is combined with the data in the region. When you see rain here, the rain has not been created in Uganda alone. You can have conditions which create microclimate like, you know, forests and so on, but the actual cause of rain is regional forcing. So the data in the region, including the sea surface temperatures in the Atlantic Ocean, are analyzed all the time. And our institution, meteorology, links up with the meteorological authorities. And then they predict the movement of winds, the likelihood of rain or no rain, and then they inform us, we inform Ugandans. And if you've been listening very carefully, there is what we call a quarterly, you know, forecast bulletin. And the Ugandans are told about what is likely to happen.
Well, of course, you know that we never really follow some of these forecasts because sometimes the forecasts do not come as articulately on point as they have been predicted. And of course, you also know that the proliferation of information perhaps is not one of the things that Ugandans consider very seriously. It's not like where you studied abroad, where folks need to listen to the radio or check their mobile phones and they can tell you that today is going to be windy, so I wear a jacket. That's why you find guys wearing
yes,
very thick
that's
jackets.
what should happen.
But here the
I saw it happening in Europe, I saw it happening in Canada.
Now, getting down to we here, with these kind of unpredictable environmental happenings, for a country that is largely dependent on agriculture, which is largely dependent on weather patterns, what would you advise us to brace for, or how can we ensure that we do not lose out as a result of these
we have got
erratic climate change?
As I have told you, we've got to intensify, to improve our capacity to predict more correctly what is likely to happen next. And we tell farmers, we tell transporters, because climate change is not only affecting farming, it is affecting transport industry. It's affecting all the economy across board. So there is a need for us to improve our ability to predict what is likely to happen and tell the people in time and what to do.
What about mitigating measures? Say, this climate change, we cannot say now we've left it open and it is just going to run roughshod over us. You as the National Environment Management Authority, are there other mandates that you are given to ensure that we stem the advance of these adverse climate changes? Maybe the safeguarding of our wetlands so that we have catchment areas for flood waters as they come in, maybe the protection of natural resources wherever they are, and things like that.
Actually, what is our priority is adaptation. Mitigation of climate change would mean that we need to reduce the greenhouse gases which were accumulated into the atmosphere about 100 years ago. Carbon dioxide, which was put in the atmosphere, for instance, in the Industrial Revolution, is the one that is giving us headache, and is going to stay. We have only to adapt to what has been caused. It has come. Our best is adaptation. So we change probably to adaptation, and as you are saying it rightly, we need to develop packages of adaptation.
We need to, or we have already developed them?
We have developed some.
Share with us some of these.
One of the most important adaptation strategies is restoration of ecosystems. Ecosystems, vegetation cover. Everybody should go green. From your compound, whether it's the compound of the house or the compound of an industrial estate, keep everything green there. So that
right over there,
right?
You as the National Management Authority, we've seen the greening around Kampala depleted systematically under your watch, and one wonders: do you say what you mean and mean what you say, or you're just serving us with lip service and no action?
I think I told you that we need to distinguish between the Environment Authority mandate and the mandates of other institutions, and we are not trying to trade the brain.
Pass the back.
To pass it back. National Environment Management Authority is the overall coordinator of environmental management, and environment is everything. So the city, I mean the greening of the city you're talking about is by the authority empowered to manage the city. And the NEMA only oversees and try to work with the city.
But if you see the city authority is not playing ball the way you expect it to meet the other the the adaptation means that you've just talked about. You want greening as a management authority, and that's what should be done. But the city authority doesn't seem to read from that script, and they're instead browning instead of greening. Don't you come in to say, hey, stop and adhere to the scientific requirements of keeping this place green?
I think we have to be fair to the city authorities also. We don't want to say they are browning all through. They've been doing a bit of greening. Chinawataka swamp is actually encroachers. You know, you have population pressure, then you have other forces praying, you have a lot of politics around.
And there is browning taking place there.
Do we deny that we don't have a lot of politics around?
We do not deny that, but we also cannot deny, we can also not deny the fact that you are an environmental management authority that is, I mean, when you are the police and you say, well, we will allow crime to thrive because there are people who are hell-bent on committing crimes, hey, your role is to stop them from committing the crimes. Human nature is such that we want freedom of movement even where there are restrictions of trespass. So you, as a management authority, you know that there are all these political forces and other forces, environmental pressures, population pressures, whatever pressures, even gaseous pressures. But your role is to stem that and stop it.
You're right. We have tried to stem.
Can we say now?
If you look through all the media, you'll find that they are saying, in spite of NEMA or the other authority preventing them, one morning they woke up to find that the communities have gone in and destroyed the swamp. As we talk now, I think within 2 or 3 months ago, we entered into wetlands which had been degraded and restored them. One of them is in Mitoma. Another one is in Akadoti, in Teso, where things had gone too bad. But remember, you need resources. So when you are trying to restore what the communities have failed to preserve, to conserve, and have destroyed, you need resources. And there are processes through the road you go through. And the process takes long. Even when you get somebody who has been degrading, take this somebody to court. We have cases which have been running for nearly 3 years. You are going to court, the moment you take them to court, you have created another problem for yourself as an EMA. Because you have now to be called every now and then to go to the court.
Yeah, well, so we are doing it. You have a legal department.
We are doing it, but because of the process is slow, and it appears as if we are doing nothing. The whole problem is that the situation is overwhelming. We use publicity. We try to tell people to behave.
You will pardon my ambivalence towards the National Environment Management Authority, Dr. Festus. At a very personal level,
you have a right to
at a very personal level, I'm extremely frustrated by the fact that NEMA has not been able to help me.
Me too, NEMA too.
For the last 5 years, where I live near a church that pollutes my little domicile. It's here in Mbuya. It's incredible. I have papers upon papers, police reports upon police reports, KCC and all that. But that still runs roughshod. And my story is the story of hundreds of viewers, perhaps even thousands, who are watching us this morning and have not been able to be helped by the National Environment Management Authority, even as they see the climate slowly degenerating, and they are now left to their own personal whims and fancies of how to survive. What would you tell such people who now have lost confidence in state institutions to protect them against the adverse effects of pollution, be it physical pollution of the environment or even noise pollution or any form of pollution, or those who are unable to stem the people who are living on the banks of River Nyamwamba, who realize that human activity...
They should not be living there anyway.
Perhaps, you know, human activity somewhere is causing the melting of glaciers up at the Rwenzori Mountains. What can we tell these people?
Now, we need to tell these people that the law in Uganda is very clear. It protects them in terms of environment. Within the Constitution, there is a section which gives everybody a right to a health environment. And the laws, I don't have time to elaborate on them. They are there up to National Environment Act. And the roles and responsibilities are very clear right from NEMA, that is the overall, through the district authorities who are supposed to be the managers of environment and natural resources, because environment and natural resources is a decentralized function. So when you are saying NEMA has failed, first, please ask the other fellows. Did you do your role? Actually,
so it is a domino effect.
Exactly.
NEMA fails because someone else fails, because someone else fails.
Because you work in structures and each one has to speak a lot. NEMA goes in when everybody has failed. Otherwise, everything was given to them. NEMA was given a coordination role.
Now, I know we'll blame the office of the Prime Minister through the disaster preparedness section and all that, but I'll put this question again to you.
Yes, please.
People on the slopes of Mount Elgon, in Bududa area and other places, saw what has been happening to them coming. They were warned by different government bodies.
Yes, they were
In
warned.
fact, there was even an offer to relocate them some places. Some hid the call and relocated. Others said, we cannot leave our ancestors'
Even those
graves.
who had been relocated went
back. So when this happens, like it will happen, I mean, we know that for sure there will be another landslide like day follows night.
Oh,
and I'm not predicting doom, but I know it will happen, and some lives will be lost, and all that. And some of these lives which will be lost then are watching us this morning. Can we say that this state has failed to enforce even small little directives like saying protecting people's lives out? People are ignorant, people are defiant for that, but you are unable to move them and show some might. If you are able to stem rebellions, armed rebellions, how can you fail to move people for their own safety?
I think you are right to express your anger. We need to...
No, it's not anger. It is frustration. If it was anger, this table would be broken down.
I think we have not played our role effectively. Because government is a powerful institution. You cannot give an excuse that you have failed because people have refused. You've got to look for a way of making them do what you want. I think we need to wake up. I don't want to say as government, whoever is responsible should wake up and agree that we have the powers to cause people to move from, let me say, the national park. The other time when 2010, when the landslides occurred, those which killed many people, originated from the national park. At the edge of the national park, where UWA and NEMA and other authorities had warned that people should not go there. But they went there because of politicking. Good enough or bad enough, that's where this originated. And human beings were crying. Unfortunately, human memory is short. They are already going back. So it is government to be responsible for its people and force them not to go back. And it's possible.
If you are a national environment management authority, and you're talking about government, who are you talking about exactly? I thought you were government.
We are part of government, you are right. Government is a system. So environment authority, as I told you, cannot do it alone. So we're saying we wake up, government systems, so basically we must make sure that we show our muscle and make sure that people do not live in those dangerous areas. Whether it's River Nyamwamba, River Bank, or the dangerous slopes of Mount Elgon, Rwenzori, Kigezi region, we must make sure that we use the law. The law is strong enough. It's
you are a natural resources management.
To improve,
you are a natural resources management specialist, and you head the climate change desk at NEMA.
Yes, please.
Of course, we know that the natural resources, as it were, are under a lot of pressure because of increasing population and the desire for modernization, industrialization, and even an increased appetite in human beings. I think.
And the selfishness.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at an average Ugandan, they are eating much more than they ate previously, even when they are unable to afford it. What exactly are you doing in this kind of grand scheme of things? Are you just going to abet this to continue the depletion of natural resources, or there is something in your cooking pot that's supposed to stem this?
You see, as I told you, government works as a system. What should be done essentially is to increase productivity. If you are doing agriculture, use the natural resource very, very diligently. Increase productivity per unit area as much as possible. First, from the natural point of view,
or it's supposed to be increased sustainable.
Exactly. I was trying to say that, so that you must use the natural systems as much as possible.
But sustainably.
And sustainably. It has to feed you and leave it to feed the future generation. I'm glad you are saying that. So we must increase productivity unit per area, or rather productivity per unit area, in order to avoid encroaching.
But you see, these Ugandans who are watching you, they listen to you and you're sounding very nice, you're sounding very insightful, you're sounding very educative. But to heed your call requires some form of enforcement.
There's enforcement,
these
but
Ugandans,
it's not enough.
They know you are supposed to go to school, but you have to whip them, take their children to school.
It's not enough. I have told you that, you know, we have moved people out of the wetlands, for instance.
As we conclude this, Doctor, forecast, tell us, is it going to first get worse before it gets better? Are we going to see very erratic climate changes, that it's raining and it's at 10 degrees centigrade here in Kampala in the morning, and by afternoon we are sweating at 35 or even 40 degrees centigrade in just one day?
Yes, it is going to get worse. The prediction from models for this country specifically indicates that most of the country, for instance, will have the average temperatures increased by between 2 and 4 degrees Celsius.
You're kidding me.
Oh, yes. And an increase of 1 degree Celsius
is bad.
Is bad enough. In some areas, and this will cause so many things, a mixed breed. A large part of the country is predicted to have increased rainfall. You see, it is raining even now by 10–20%, the bulk of the country. And this will lead to a lot of runoff, because after all, we have cut down the forest. It will lead to soil erosion and landslides. It will silt dams, it will silt channels, it will silt. Kampala is silted, you see. Once you have increased the runoff by about 20%, you are in disaster. And that runoff taking the soil will now degrade
the quality of the soil.
And you have a problem of food security. In the dry land, the cattle corridor, which is anywhere between 40 and 45% of this country, will have drier conditions coming in.
I'm already experiencing that from where I have a little holding.
Oh yes, it is going to be drier. Now you are going to have wetter conditions in wet areas and cause erosion, and then you have drier conditions in dry areas, and chase you probably out of there with your cattle. That is going to be a disaster causing environmental refugees. Now, more things will happen once you talk about that. The rainfall, the rainstorms, you have heard about lightning. Lightnings are increasing. Thunderstorms, hailstorm.
I mean, you are sounding like a doomsday prophet here, and I'm beginning to worry. And when when you say they are coming, how soon will it be in my generation, my children's generation, or my children's children's generation?
It is difficult to predict exactly when, because we are using models which have got probabilities of accuracy and so on. But for sure it's coming. Just prepare. Plant trees everywhere. If you talk about unroofing of houses, why don't you plant, windbreaks? If you are talking about lightning striking your house because you have cleared all of the forest, why don't you have some forest somewhere there, so that instead of the lightning reaching your house, it hits the tree? Let's plant trees. Let's restore ecosystems. And I have already said that in order for us to get out of this, doom kind of prediction, it is the ecosystem that is healthy. Ecosystem ranging from vegetation to the rivers, the wetlands, that is healthy, which will help you to absorb the inevitable impacts of climate change. So let's restore, let's prepare our ecosystems, let's make sure that we conserve environment, and then we shall get the impacts, but they will be less effective. That's the way we can go.
I do not know whether you are scared as I am, but one thing is for sure, like day follows night, bad times or hard times are way ahead of us, and they are right on our doorsteps. Let's take a short break. When we return, it's Simon Says. We've heard it from the experts. Indeed, it will first get worse before it gets any better. The question is, what are we making as an individual contribution to this state of affairs? Are you as an individual engrossed in cutting down what used to exist as the ecosystem, or are you restoring it? I can tell you, if you are not doing the latter, clearly you are one of those contributing to the adverse effects that will be faced by yourself, your children, and your children's children, and the generations to come. I always tell you to start off your days in a productive manner, but if production for you means cutting down trees, depleting wetlands, and of course constructing your domiciles by paths of landslides and riverbanks, I can tell you without a fear of contradiction, that's woe unto you. We've heard it again from the experts that without a doubt, the climate conditions not only in Uganda, but across the region and by extension the continent and the world certainly are not moving to a better stance or going back to where they came from. The question is, how adaptable are we going to be to ensure that we remain alive even with the changing climatic situation? Of course, we know that the world has evolved. There was a time we were in the ice age. Those who survived continued and went on to, was it called what? The dust age. up to today where we are. So populations will continue to thrive. But as we know it from science, it's always survival of the fittest. Will you be among the fittest to survive in the years to come? God bless and have a wonderful Monday morning, and of course, by extension, have a productive week.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
You can bring everybody in parliament as long as they can wake up and vote for the NRM.
As long as the voters exercise their rights to elect their leaders, there was no need for term limits in Uganda.
I know him. I know how he operates. I know how he thinks.
There are ways you can go around these obstacles.
Why should I conduct myself as if I am Muyai?
It's absolutely true. I admired the President Museveni.
Is the ICC a farcical code targeting African leaders?
You cannot tell me that the whole trouble Kenya had revolved about only 2 individuals.
The money is not in the budget of this financial year.
You can't beat God. You see, God is polygamous also. Look at Jeremiah chapter 31.
The security of this country will largely depend on the contribution that the people make.
Are you and I ever gonna have a chance to be sisters?
You want the baby to have my name?
Would that be okay?
So I'm happy you came. Yes, especially since I thought you were shunning all things Newman. I have my own reasons for showing up.
What did you say about him?
I'm sorry, attempted rape.
Okay, look, whatever you think you know about him, you don't know his heart.
If there is a way to make me feel more miserable, you will instinctively find it.
You gave up the one woman you loved, and now you're having a hard time figuring out how to move on?
I can't imagine who would want to hurt a good man like you.
Okay, you know what? I don't need you telling me how to feel about Lily.
Are you pregnant? No. Then why are you trying to alienate Tyler?
Has something happened between the two of you? Are you afraid that I'm gonna do something to ruin your marriage, or that you will?
Why don't we have a party? I'll bring Nikki and bring your siblings. How's that?
Now, what are you gonna do? You gonna blackmail them this time, or are you gonna bribe them?
Looks like Mommy's not the only one who knows how to make up a story.
I have missed the first goal. Do you want to tell you?
I don't know how I feel. I don't.
U-Turn, now closer to you as it turns your world with great humour on Tuesdays at 7:40 p.m.
You are here, we are sleeping, you're saying, get out of my husband's apartment. So I run out. You're chasing out.
Login slides down to 7:40 p.m. on Wednesday.
On login. The street jam, the one in the what video shoot on NTV.
Hey there, Mr. Krabs! Are you ready to party?
I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it, move it.
Wow! Hello, fellow motor enthusiastics.
Oh, Mr. Krabs!
Isn't there any way for us to return all of them back to normal?
Hey! How'd he do that? The Red Ranger's a bigger problem than I thought!
It's time to finish this thing up!
What can I do to make them love me again?
What are you drawing, Kitty?
Hello? King Julian, you are truly inspiring. Ow!
SpongeBob!
watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
You're watching Morning at NTV. Thank you for being part of the show. And I'm happy to report that on Facebook, we now have 21,000 likes and still counting. If you haven't liked our Facebook page, I do not know what you're waiting for. But you can also contact us on 6565. If you have any comment about the show, you can follow us on Twitter at Morning at NTV. You can also follow us individually. Now on to some of your messages this morning. We had Simon here earlier talking to Dr. Festus Bagora about adapting to climate change, and we have Kevis Katende saying climate is changing because of us. We people are destroying all the forests and the lakes in our country, and we're not planting other trees. I think we should wake up and plant new trees. People should hold asking government to help if we are not doing anything. And then we have Mpanga saying people should wake up because seasons have now changed. Now on to some other messages on the press review. We have Kevis saying that morning, you guys. The NRM is trying to spend government's money for nothing, and they're not helping people to develop. Thank you, guys. We have Mukisa Charles saying, let's wait and see, and thanking us for the program. We now cross over to Brian to find out what he will be talking about on today's edition of Everyday Life. Hello, Brian.
Well, thank you so much, Mabel. This morning, I'll pose two questions. One, what would you do if you knew you had 1 year to live? What would your retirement plan look like? But also, if you are a beneficiary of a medical insurance plan, how did you choose it? And if you're not yet a beneficiary, how can you make sure that you get one? What are the benefits of insurance in general this morning? Coming up on Everyday Life. Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Hosting, I don't know, film stars. The names are definitely special. Jackson Mooley from insurance company. Good morning.
Morning, Brian.
And Sylvester Stallone.
Yes, morning, Brian.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Well, I'm James Bond, your host this morning. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Oh,
and these two are from the insurance company of East Africa. This morning, talk about insurance. I want us to first cover medical insurance because that's crucial, especially for our people, those who cannot access, hospital, but even those who can access it are still complaining. Sure. In a layman's language, what is medical insurance?
Thank you so much, Brian. Medical insurance, simply this is a kind or class of insurance where the insurance company buys off the risk from the client when they get sick, and it takes care of the bills after they've gotten treatment from the hospital.
So do I have to deposit money with you, or how does that work?
Medical insurance works like any other class of insurance where you contribute a little premiums. Yes, you contribute a little premiums, and then that's when we can enroll you onto the scheme.
All right.
Yeah,
why isn't this very popular here? Because for me, if I get sick, I go to my clinic and I am tested, 2,000 shillings testing.
I think why it is not popular is because the insurance penetration is not very high at the moment, and most people have not embraced insurance per se. And as my colleague has said, insurance is about pulling together many people together, and then the few unfortunate are the ones who are to benefit. Because, for example, if we have many people in the medical contributing to the medical, not everybody will fall sick. And maybe, Brian, if we are not, if we are to be sincere, I don't know the last time you visited the hospital, but the day you will maybe encounter a situation where you really need serious medical attention, I think that's the time you look at the bill and remember the need of insurance.
So do we only embrace it when it comes to huge medical bills? Because, for example, if I feel like I'm going to get malaria, I just go for a test, and that's it, I'm done. I get treatment, I get medication about 10,000 shillings, and I'm fine. I don't need to be insured for me to be treated. Are we only looking at insurance for huge medical bills?
Not necessarily. Now we are looking at insurance in terms of keeping your health good. Other than the typical going to the hospital and getting the medical attention, I think medical insurance has much more benefits than that. I think Stallone can give more details on.
Maybe if I can also add on why medical insurance is still really very low in Africa and especially in Uganda. We do have a misconception that medical insurance is very costly. But Brian, trust me.
Isn't it costly?
No, it's not costly. Just what we think at the back of our minds. But if you look at the premium that someone contributes, and then maybe you employ a payment plan or installment, you really find that you're contributing a very little amount and you're benefiting a lot. Yeah, let's say if you bought insurance cover for 500,000, and you may find you're getting benefits up to a tune of 10 million. So really, you see how much you are contributing versus the benefits. And then also other things.
How does that work? Every month I pay you 500,000.
It depends on what you've agreed with the insurer. But for us at ICA, we encourage our clients to pay in installments that they can afford.
So I come and tell you, okay, I want my cover to be 10 million shillings. Do I have to give you 10 million shillings every month, or I just pay in installments until I hit the 10 million?
No, just as I said, if we are giving you benefits up to a tune of 10 million, you do not need to pay 10 million. You pay something very little compared to the 10 million. And then there are things that it is also, we are not so much aware about this. So we need to really sensitize masses about medical insurance. And that's a campaign that we're really on, and we trust that in a certain period we shall have it impacting in people's minds.
I think that's very good, because you're talking about sensitizing. Is it also a stereotype that medical insurance is for the rich? Those who can afford it. Because I'm telling you, before I got, I'm one of the very few people who has medical insurance.
Yeah, sure.
But, and before I got it, I was like, this thing is for the rich only.
Actually, Brian, it's not for the rich. Just as I mentioned, medical insurance, it's less costly. It's not like the way we think. In fact, we should stop thinking that it's only for the rich. And the rich, the poor, we all need this medical insurance. Because before you accomplish any plans, you must make sure that your health is okay before you can pursue any plans in life. So that's why you see that most employees of late, they are looking at medical insurance as #1 benefit to its employees.
Yeah. How do you then curb fraudulent claims? Because, we ran a story of a guy who went to IHK. I don't know how he used someone's card, and is that a fault on the medical insurer, or the hospital itself?
The issue of fraudulent claims is something that not only insurance companies are facing, but I think all financial institutions are facing that kind of challenge. Now, I wouldn't say it's the fault of the hospital or the fault of the insurance company, but fraud, I think, is an issue of the public. Why would you be fraudulent? Now, like now the UAE, you say, Mr. Brian, you are already a member of the medical cover. Why would you want to give your card to another person to access your benefits? I think it's an issue that we need to sensitize the public about fraud and try to desist from that kind of behavior. We put our measures and our controls in terms of fraud, which include use of medical card, which is now digital, called smart card, which now you cannot access the facility of the hospital without either using your fingerprints or something. So those are some of the controls that we are putting in place. But as we try and put them, remember, these cards are made by human beings. So the same human beings can also go behind and look at what is the other way to. Right. So the issue is basically the moral of the public.
We are now getting more players in the insurance, industry. How do I, for example, identify a good, genuine medical insurer? Because you guys provide a different cover. There are other companies that provide different covers. How do I identify this is the best for me?
Okay. Basically, it starts from you, the client, or someone who is interested in medical insurance. One, you must have identified your needs. For example, let's say you're a gentleman and you're planning to buy medical insurance. Definitely, you will not buy maternity. Yes, and if you find a lady who is in the childbearing age bracket, definitely they will think of buying maternity benefit. And then the other thing is that you should also look at the reputation of the insurer. How have they for how long have they existed in the insurance business? And you also look at the stability. The other one is relationship with service providers. Because, you know, we do contract medical service providers to attend to our clients. So you also look at the relationship between the service providers and the insurance company. Is it good, or they're having issues? And that one comes by prompt payment of their claims. And then the other thing is that you also look for professional advice in medical insurance. Like if you wanted to take up cover for medical, you start visiting these insurance companies and advise you. You are between this age and you're looking for cover. What is suitable for you? And they will appropriately advise you.
Right. Sylvester, start on this morning with Jackson Muli from Insurance Company of East Africa. Please send your questions to our Facebook page, Morning at NTV, and Twitter at Morning at NTV. Feel free to tag at MBGold2 and at NTV Uganda. They'll be answering these questions. Retirement has become a very huge debate in the last couple of weeks, and I know that ICA also provides for that. I also know you do something with golf, but we shall go there at the end of this. But tell us about your retirement plan, and why is it important for someone to have cover like that?
Basically, retirement plan, as the name suggests, is a plan for your retire. And retire in this aspect does not mean the old age. Retire is getting out of your normal occupation, and now you want maybe to have a relaxed life because you have maybe worked for 40 years. You want to use what you have made savings on during the rest of your life, because you don't know how long you are going to live. Now, retirement plan in Insurance Company of East Africa, we have a number of those kinds of plans. We have the group retirement plans, which we refer to as the retirement benefits schemes, where, for example, NTV, all the employees enjoy contribution and the employer contributes, and what accumulates becomes your retirement money. Now, the challenge we might have now is because of a lot of people moving, changing jobs. You get an employer today, you work 5 years, you are now at the age of 30, you get your package. Expectation would be at 30, because now that is what you have saved. The expectation would be this money could be transferred to the next employer so that you keep on building your package.
I thought that's how it works.
No, that's not how it works at the moment. But we are looking forward to getting there. So you find people now, if you change jobs because of job turnover, people are going to retire poor. But yet, in between, they made a lot of money. Because now you get, at the age of 30, sorry, you get the package at NTV. Chances are you get into the bus again and you buy the bus. And you never know what happens. You might not bring in the fruits of what you expected.
Right.
So, the challenge that we have and what we are embracing to do is, how do we maybe educate the people to make the savings with the intention on the main objective to use the money at the age when they retire. You can set your retirement age at 50, 45, whatever. But there's usually the government retirement age. We also have individual plans where you as a person, you come in, you start your savings with a focus of when you want to access that money. Because that money is going to help you at your old age. What you have just covered, medical, is to maintain your good health. Now, you will live good health. Now, after 60 years, what are you going to eat? Because if you have no money, and if you have the good health, then you will collapse somehow. So you need to plan in both aspects.
So I come and open up my cover plan and tell you in 20 years I want my money. What happens if I die?
If you die, then in our retirement plans, we usually request for next of kin or a nominated beneficiary. So in case of what you have said happens, then the benefits will be paid to the person or the nominee in that matter.
What are you doing as far as ICA and of course other players in the insurance sector doing to engage government? Because some people are talking about reducing the retirement age, bringing more players into, you know, we have NSSF now, which is not, people are not trusting it. Are you people thinking of coming into the market also to, for lack of better word, save workers from what they are going through?
Definitely, we are keenly following all the proposals about the cutting of the retirement age. And it's an opportunity for us. We've strategized ourselves, trying to design suitable products for our clients. Yeah, that's what we are really doing. Maybe Jackson can...
Maybe in addition, maybe in terms of the government, in September 2011, the government enacted the law to have the regulator of retirement benefits plans. That's the URBRA, Uganda Retirement Benefits Retirement Authority. Now, for this authority to make more sense to the public and to the people of Uganda, for me, I also it needs a lot of support from the government in terms of how does the government interest people to save. Now, some of the things that the government we make recommendations to do is to give tax reliefs. Now, if you look at the people who are already in schemes, before you are taxed, you are pay as you earn. Your money of whatever you are being deducted to a retirement plan is still inclusive.
Yeah.
So there has to be that relief before you do the pay as you earn. Remove that money. So at the end of the day, people will look at it from like it's an advantage when it comes to tax, because at the end of the day you pay less tax and you make more savings.
Yes.
So it's an advantage to the public. So those are some of the recommendations that we are making to the government, and we hope maybe with time we're going to take them very positively so that they also increase the retirement plans penetration level in the country.
Well, that's good, because I was going to ask you why is it important for economies in the US and of course in Europe. This is a huge debate now. People want retirement benefits to be, you know, made even bigger and more beneficial. Here in Africa, we do not care. If I've bought my piece of land, I'll retire to that. That's all I care about.
Yeah, the difference between ourselves and maybe the white people is, I don't know how many times you go and live in a year. And that's the same way you see, and we are debating, talking about tourism. We are here eagerly saying, when is the season when the white people are coming? And these people are coming during their holidays. The question would be, where are they getting that money to come for that kind of retreat? It's because of their savings. Now, we also need to change our thinking, and also know for us to get to where they are, then we need to plan higher and open our minds further, not look at that building. I have a plot somewhere, then you are saying maybe by that time that plot will have appreciated, then I'll go and sell, and then I will stay in the up country. Really, the kind of life that you are living in terms of retirement planning, you want to maintain that kind of living at that age. So for you to do that, then you need to plan higher and maybe think more than we are thinking at the moment.
All right, as we close this, what other types of insurance do you have? There's a retirement, there's a medical. What else does ICEA offer?
We offer a variety of many products. We have insurance company of East Africa is a composite company, which gives insurance life and non-life. In life, we have, other than the retirement plans, we have individual plans where we have child educator. Maybe your child, you have a plan, or by the time the child is going to school or is going to need more school fees, then that policy is going to coincide with that period. And you are going to be given a lump sum of money for the child. In the event you are not there in that particular plan, then the insurance company comes in and pays the premiums on your behalf, because it's unfortunate that you are not there. And your child you are assured of going to school. We also have other policies like endowment. Endowment is where you have a term and you get a lump sum. We also have other policies like triple payback. Triple payback is a policy where other than waiting for the maturity period, you have some partial payouts before the maturity period, so that you can make some plans in terms of finances. Non-life, we have, other than medical, we have motor, comprehensive. These days we introduced last year, early this year, another product for the ladies called Diva. Diva is a product that is designed for the ladies because, as you know, the ladies are more careful and not like us. So their premium rate is a bit lower and they have more benefits. Now, like if a lady gets an accident on the road, then the insurance company of East Africa has some arrangements that you just leave the car there, you are given another car, your car is towed to the garage and all that.
Really?
You get those kind of services, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, so I should probably get my wife to knock mine and traffic.
Yeah, there are very many classes. We have fire, we have burglary, we have a PI or professional indemnity. Okay. Yeah, and really, or any class of insurance that you think of.
Fantastic.
You can all find it at ICA. And maybe, Brian, there's something that I really want to inform our viewers about medical insurance. It's not really very expensive as we thought. And why do we need medical insurance? Because, as we mentioned earlier, before you can plan for anything, before you can plan for education for your children, before you can plan for the well-being of your family, you have to ensure that you make sure your health is really planned for. And the benefits of medical insurance, one is you are at peace of mind.
Right.
Yeah, you are not bothered that your kids will need. You start running up and down looking for money and then all that. Just as you know, the medical services are really becoming very costly. Very, very costly. I remember just a mere consultation around Kampala those days, it used to be 5,000, just a consultation. But right now, you can pay a consultation of up to 80,000. So really, people should really embrace medical insurance. And the other thing is that this way it contributes towards child's education. If sometimes when you poorly diagnose a condition, of course, definitely it will be poorly managed. And then sometimes it sets into complication like, let's say, cerebral malaria. And eventually a child will drop out of school. But if you had a medical cover, it would have been properly diagnosed and definitely properly treated. And it would really save that child and will continue being at school. And very many other benefits of medical insurance.
Right. Jackson Muli and Sylvester Stallone. What a name, eh? All right, from the insurance company of East Africa, please go there and get some of the other insurance covers. I like the Diva plan, so I'm probably going to talk about how my car can be systematically crashed so that we get a new car. That's a good thing for the ladies. Isma is standing by. What a World Cup full of surprises, from Spain to Portugal to Algeria. What is your take on some of the events that are playing out in Rio?
Of course, we'll talk about those a lot more, but all the 4 African teams have a chance of making the round of 16, with the exception of Cameroon. For me, the surprise of World Cup has got to be Costa Rica. I would never have given them a chance. We're supposed to be whipping boys. So whatever Africa has done, big up to Africa. But for me, the biggest congratulations, that small North American country. Yeah. Wherever they've come from to top their group, we'll talk about that and more when we get to sport.
Well, I asked you last week whether these guys were actually title contenders, so because I'm a bit worried.
Not even close. Not even close. They have no chance in hell of winning the title.
All right, we'll be talking sport in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Molondo.
Health and Wellness
is brought to you by Caring Tech Strength, Panadol Advance. When minutes matter, take Panadol Advance. Panadol Advance is a fast pain reliever with Optizop technology. Caring Tech Strength, Panadol Advance.
running out of airtime can happen to anyone. The next time you recharge, simply dial *161# to get going again.
On the next episode of Deception.
Chris, I have told you nothing but the truth.
Are you sure you want to
Your #1 drama series is taking you back where it all began.
It's his mother. Put that luggage down.
This Monday, go back in time and see where it all began.
A man earns respect, not by making a wedding.
Where did the story begin? What really happened? Go back in time and see what really started the deception.
Deception.
At Orange, we know that running out of airtime can happen to anyone. That's why we bring you Wetase. Simply dial *161# to get going again. Convenience changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
Mikwano gyaffe bana NTV ate naddala mu bannaamu muli gw'emizannyo muli gw'ebyemizannyo gukomyewo 2014 ate mutya kati ate gukyusiza n'obudde kati gwa 7 wali gwa 9 ne mugugoberera ne tusanyuka kati gubongereddeko wano malya g'ebyemisana awo ose tugubatayize gubaleetera ekintu kyonna kalonda erina ebyemizannyo omuli gw'ebyemizannyo mupya 2014 isima waali alagira Argentina yenjo mukubira eddiba lye omukwano kujja kukomawo ku muli gw'emizannyo naye kasita kinatuuka eri bano ba Messi okulumba abalenzi baffe ba Thiago Silva awo tewali mukwano omuli gw'ebyemizannyo 2014 President.
The average age of the international team is under 18. And so
the primary role of Team Uganda is to remain to Division 2.
Probably that's the only thing that can make 1 or 2 rugby fans smile, that the clubs are doing well.
The players haven't put on they haven't wore the game faces. They're not the animals we saw last season, because Ferguson had the same group of players and he did deliver the Holy Grail, which is the title.
Every World Cup has got its Cinderella story, and I think for Brazil 2014, it must be Costa Rica. Isma, good morning.
To the extent that you think they are title contenders, Brad,
I think they are brilliant chaps. They are so passionate, and they come in as the underdog, and boom, they surprise us.
First of all, I think the bigger surprise is that they're supposed to. No one gave them a chance when the groups were drawn back in December, and there were 3 world champions. Their group, England inclusive. England are former world champions. Maybe if you didn't know.
I know that in 1966 with George Best. I know that.
George Best is actually Northern Irish. It was Geoff Hurst who scored the goal that never crossed the line in that 4-3 win over West Germany. But when the group was drawn and there was England, Uruguay, and Italy, Costa Rica was supposed to be whipping boys. They were supposed to be the team that everyone would put 3, 4, 5 past. Now, this way, they go through before all the others. Italy still have that World Cup final against Uruguay. England already out before they even play Costa Rica, which would have been the game that England had to win.
Costa Rica is going to
beat England.
I'd
love that. I'd love that. But
Brian, you shouldn't be laughing.
But
really?
Why?
Italy, how did you fail to beat
Well,
Costa
at least
Rica?
we are still playing. We are still playing.
But how?
No, that keeper was so good. Oh my gosh.
But I think it's not even about the goalkeeping only. I think as a team they've been brilliant. Their captain, Bran Ruiz, has led them like you would want a captain to lead. They got a goal via the goal line technology in the game against Italy to win by a goal to nil. But like Bran, you said, every World Cup has a Cinderella story. You could go back as many World Cups as you could imagine. I thought Ghana getting to the quarterfinals 4 years ago was stuff of Cinderella. I thought back in 2002 there was South Korea. Back in 1998, there was Croatia got the semi-final. Back in 1994, there was Sweden. You could go on and on and on. Every World Cup has this kind of story. When Eusebio got Portugal into the semi-finals back in 1966, no one would have given the Portuguese a chance at the time until they got the man from Mozambique to get them there. So Costa Rica, for me, have got to be the story. Have got to be the story. They should probably be having a goal aggregate of -15. Where they're in the round of 16. England won't be there. One of Italy or Uruguay won't be there. Spain won't be there. Portugal won't be there. I can almost bet on that.
It is definitely
going to
be there. I'm now thinking of supporting Costa Rica. Don't be surprised if I come with a jersey on Friday.
Yeah.
Say go Costa Rica if they beat England.
Well, sometimes you wish football is just 90 minutes, come what may. I must say I was rooting for Iran over the weekend against Argentina. And then Messi in the 91st minute. What was that?
Boom.
You know, boom.
It's the kind of moment that Messi is built to make. It's the kind of script that Messi is built to write. And I thought Argentina, they could have done everything except beat up on Iran. And Iran had their moments in that game. Especially on the counter-attack. There were some very good chances that fell to their striker, Reza, who is not exactly like his name, because if he's a Reza, he would have cut and sliced and scored one of those, but he threw those away. But eventually, it came down to the brilliance of one man. And actually, in that goal, you see all the Argentine players, when Messi picks the ball down the right, everyone almost keeps running away. It's a bit like in basketball. Everyone is setting a bit of a screen for the shooter. Now, that's what every one of those white and blue shirts are doing, right outside the area. Everyone takes away his man just to allow Messi the space. And wow, what a goal for Messi to win it for Argentina. It's in that moment when you start to think, could it be his moment? I don't want to believe so. But Argentina needed to win, I think, and get through with ease. And now they are through to the round of 16. Then they can take it from there. Because they haven't played well in the group stage. Now they can start to improve. The burden of getting to the round of 16 is done. Right. Now you can start to look forward to the later round of the World Cup with a lot more confidence.
I'm one of those people who think that we're giving a lot of credit to Ronaldo for literally holding the Portuguese team. Did his fitness have anything to do with the loss?
With the game last night, they eventually came back and drew the game. They were losing in stoppage time. And maybe now, like you say, it's unfair when the game exceeds 90 minutes. If it was 90 minutes, Portugal would be out of the World Cup this morning.
But I think they're going to be out.
Yeah, Ronaldo.
I think they're out already.
Ronaldo's cross in the 92nd minute there, getting onto the leg of Bruno Varela getting the goal. The Inter Milan man had come off the bench for Portugal to draw 2-2 with the USA. A game which Portugal led as early as the 5th minute through Nani, and then had the Americans come back and score twice to go 2-1 up. Then the Portuguese had to come back and do that 1-2-2. But like you said, the math in this group, and we're going to be talking about Ghana, is that it's very simple. The only thing that the USA and Germany need is to draw their game. If they draw their game, everything else is rubbish. Everyone is out of the World Cup. Germany need a draw, the USA need a draw.
Is that why they're going to be playing the games at the same time?
Yes.
To avoid any kind of...
Yeah, they are starting from today, and that means that all husbands will be home a few minutes after 1 a.m. because all the games will be done by 1 starting today.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I was among the few people, I don't know how many we are, who actually had written off the African countries. But last weekend, talking about that draw with the US and Algeria and Nigeria and, you know, Ivory Coast on Friday, but isn't there hope now for African countries?
There is. Probably the one with the biggest hope. I want to start with the ones with the biggest hope and then finish with Ghana. I've got to start with Algeria, Ivory Coast and Nigeria. Starting with Algeria. The first African team to score 4 goals at the World Cup. They beat up on the South Koreans by 4 goals to 2. That was amazing stuff.
But maybe you should tell us about South Korea, because this could be like a big fish in a little pond.
I think South Korea have been in decline since they reached the semi-finals in 2002. They are barely competitive. Okay, they have their captain from 2002 as their coach. Mi Young-bo is the one sitting on the bench, but they don't have the same kind of aura under Gosi Dink when they go to the semi-finals when they're playing at home 12 years ago. But I thought the Algerians were brilliant. To go and lead the World Cup game by 3-0 in 45 minutes. How many do that? Not even Netherlands when they beat up on the Spain by 5 goals when we're doing 3-0 at some point.
2 in 2, right?
2 goals in 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, that was brilliant from the Algerians. And now it's in their hands. They know if they go into their final fixture against Russia and win, probably even a draw could be enough because of the goal swing they got by winning by 4-2.
So
they could easily be through to the round of 16 for the very, very first time. When they first qualified back in 1982, they didn't score a goal for a very long time. Actually, their first goal in the World Cup was scored in 1982 against Northern Ireland. They didn't score again until last week against Belgium. And in that game, they played brilliant and lost the game by 2-1 when they were leading. Now they forget all that. Mentally, they're not bogged down by it. They go and score 4. I'd love to see Algeria in the next round because they're the highest ranked team in Africa. They're ranked 22nd. They went to the World Cup on a 14-match unbeaten run. They've now lost 1 of their last 16. So in terms of form, Algeria should be in a better place than all the others. But then the other one has got to be Nigeria. I'm really stunned with the way Nigeria played. They were fearless. They were fast. I've known Nigeria for being one of the slowest teams in Africa. Now they go and turn the screw against Bosnia. Bosnia, I thought, okay, we're beat and lucky.
Should you say Bosnia is a weak team?
That's what I'm thinking.
That's why we turned on the pressure.
No, they are playing in the World Cup for the very first time, but you can't call them necessarily weak. In the last 2 World Cups, 2006 and 2010, Bosnia have got knocked out at the playoffs by Portugal on 2 occasions. And they play attacking football. They scored the most goals across Europe during the qualifying. They scored 30 in 10 games. Vedad Ibisevic and Edin Dzeko scored 18 of those 30 during the qualifiers. So they're a very good team going forward. So to see the Nigerians come in and win that game by Gote, Peter Demwingi got it. And in the game where I thought Emmanuel Emenike for me should have taken man of the match, even if he's very wasteful in front of goal. Yeah. Every time he ran at that Bosnian defense, everyone was shaking in their pants, and you felt like the goal was a matter of time.
And that's what I complained about the other time. That he seems to just keep running. He's like Welbeck. He just keeps running, then someone, boom, he knocks.
But it causes a bit of pressure, and he set up the goal. I can fault Emenike for all the abilities he doesn't have, but I want to first of all give him credit for the things he has.
Yeah.
He has pace, he has power, and it's the reason why the Nigerians can even afford a draw against Argentina and get through in their group. That would be quite something. When the Nigerians first qualified for the World Cup in 1994, they qualified for the round of 16. In 1998, when they returned 4 years later, they qualified again, beating up on Bulgaria by 1-0. Victor Ikpeba got the goal. And Nigeria, before they beat Bosnia, look at it this way. They had not won a World Cup game in 11. That's how important that was. But then, also the other West African country, that's the Ivory Coast. They could go through, despite losing to Colombia by 2-1. Ivory Coast could also have a chance of going through if they pick a point against Greece, because I don't think Japan will beat Colombia. I think a point will be enough for them, and their goal average is way better than the Greeks, because the Greeks are seeing the negative. They haven't scored and they've been conceding. So the Ivorians should have a very good chance of going through too. And I fancy Ivory Coast to get through before all the others do. Though sadly, Ghana, for whatever the performance they put up against Germany, and I've got to say, one of the problems I have with Ghana, they play their best games against the bigger sides.
Yeah.
I don't think they played as well as they did against Germany. They played against the USA. 4 years ago, they had a very good game.
Better against the US.
Yeah, exactly. Ghana seemed to raise their game when the bigger boys come calling. Even 8 years ago when they played against Brazil, they weren't bogged down by the occasion. Now they put on a blind against Germany. But because they did, it was amazing the way they played. They were brilliant. But thereafter, when they don't win the game and concede that late goal to Miroslav Klose, who actually became the joint high scorer in the World Cups, joined Ronaldo Dalim on 15, and should actually go on to break the record if he scores one more. You have got to think that in that moment, Ghana must have felt they should have got this against the USA.
Yeah.
Because as it seems, if Germany and the USA draw their game, Portugal and Ghana will be on the flight to meet England at the airport. That's if England will even still be at the airport. Eh?
That's not fair. That's mean. That's below the belt.
Mexico, Croatia. How big is this game?
It's winner takes all in every sense of the word, because everyone thinks that Brazil will beat Cameroon today. That means the winner between Mexico and Croatia will go through. If you ask me, I'll fancy Croatia. They play the better football. The Mexicans don't score. They've scored 1 goal in 2 games. Okay, they have that performance from Guillermo Ochoa in the game against Brazil where they drew goalless. But thereafter, will they get 2 goals when they need to win a game? I don't fancy them. I also thought that the moment Croatia had Mario Mandzukic returning to the team, for me, that was a clincher. That was everything the Croats needed. They went and scored twice. Ivan Perisic got into the game, also scored a goal. Luka Modric and Ivan Rakitic had been doing things, but the goals weren't coming. Now, the moment they got Mario Mandzukic come in and score, for me, if the Croats don't go through, I'll be as disappointed as anyone in that team because I think they're a better team than Mexico.
Well, if you ask me, forgive my French, I don't give a damn whether Cameroon play ever again in the World Cup. I think they concretize the statement that we are barbarians. What a disgrace. They should be banned from represent. How do they even qualify?
Alex Song has been banned for 3 matches for that elbow.
No, let him be banned for life. I don't care. I wouldn't care about Cameroon playing again. We should get Togo in there.
But Cameroon was Zambia. You know, that's the thing about the swing of emotion with fans. Cameroon were the first team to make Africa proud back in 1990.
Okay.
They went and for a certain generation, you may not care.
That was the generation.
That generation
when I never watched football. But now that I watch, I wouldn't care.
Okay, moving on from the World Cup to Formula One. Mercedes lost out. I mean, they were knocked off pole for qualifying for the first time. Tell us about Felipe Massa.
Yeah. Eventually, Felipe Massa starting on pole but didn't actually win because the Mercedes was the car to beat again in Austria. Nico Rosberg eventually winning that to extend his lead over Lewis Hamilton. But what a drive from Lewis Hamilton. He qualified 9th, and by the end of the first lap, Lewis Hamilton was 4th. Eventually finished 2nd. That was quite a drive. But I think the happiest team from Austria has got to be the Williams. There's been a lot of promise. I remember telling you on Friday that I thought they did very well in Canada. They go and follow that up by scoring points and getting both cars challenged for the podium because Valtteri Bottas came in 3rd, and that was quite a result for the Williams. But Nico Rosberg is becoming the real deal. If Hamilton thought this was a number 2 driver for him, he has a race on his hands. This is going down to the wire. And like my friend Alan Darren was telling me the other day that he really hopes this goes down to Brazil. For that to go down to Brazil, you'd want to see Nico Rosberg fail to finish and Hamilton finish because Brazil is the final race come December and the first weekend of December. But Hamilton is he has a fight on his hands to get rid of Nico Rosberg to win the F1 title for the 2nd time.
The 3rd Grand Slam of the year starts.
Yeah.
At Wimbledon. Is that Wimbledon or Wimbledon?
Wimbledon. Wimbledon.
She's English. You're English.
I'm English. That's why I support England.
This must set the scene for us.
Andy Murray, yay.
Yeah, for the first time in 76 years, there is a Briton as champion at Wimbledon because he won last year.
England have finals, something
to celebrate. And actually, it's the reason why every media house in the UK voted Andy Murray as Sports Personality of the Year for 2013 when he broke that duck that Freddie Perry was always the reference point. Now, Andy Murray has the chance to go and win Twin Tour. Can he do it? That's a bigger question. The sad thing about Wimbledon now is that going into the grass court season, I've not seen any player do well since they left France from the French Open. Novak Djokovic has been struggling on grass. Rafael Nadal played only 1 game and lost it. Roger Federer is the only one who has been playing and was in Germany and won a tournament at Hale. But then Andy Murray too has also lost many. But he comes in with a new coach. That is Amélie Mauresmo, champion at Wimbledon 8 years ago. The first probably man to have a female coach at this level, at this professional level. But I think depending on how he starts, the tournament goes for him, he's much fitter now. I thought when he came to the French Open, he was still struggling with his back. But now he's much fitter. Andy Murray should be very tough to beat at home. And I was actually seeing sports on Sky this morning that all the tickets for the court where Andy Murray is going to play are sold out until the final.
Wow.
So if you don't get to the final, you lose your ticket and go watch a final between Djokovic and Nadal. Wow. That would be painful.
Go England.
Well,
Well, Isma will be talking more World Cup stuff at 1:30 p.m. with Lumansi and Alan. Isma, tomorrow you'll tell us about tennis, Duncan Mugabe, how he did in Kenya, and of course Sports Bar tonight, 10:30 p.m. from Club Silk. Before we head out, your African proverb. This proverb is good for the Cameroonians. Work is the medicine of poverty.
Really? How?
Broke. You have to work to overcome
But they don't
poverty.
want to work. They just want big salaries.
Yes, that's why they are out. They should...
But they work hard and qualify.
But then you get there and then you just, we are here, see us.
Okay, you can fault them for everything and they deserve every kind of abuse at this point. But I'm not as radical as you are.
How could they blackmail their government, go 24 hours later, They had to book flights again and then go there and not just lose the matches, but disgrace.
Will they even put up a fight against Brazil tonight? Or they'll just be there?
They should. Sometimes teams play when they've lost. When they've
I don't
lost.
think so.
You'll see England against
like
Costa Rica. They'll be playing for pride, and when you're playing for pride, you play a lot better. I thought the English will do that, but the proverb says what is the medicine. I think it's just a reminder of there is nothing that is going to come for free.
Right.
I think the moment when God pushed Adam and Eve out of the Garden of Eden, that set the tone for what the world will be. Right. You'll work, you'll toil on. At the time, it was about toiling with the hoe to eat from the soil. These days, we don't eat from the soil. We eat from the microphone, we eat from the camera, but it's all work.
It's all work.
Some of us eat by looking good.
Betty Nakasi, thank you so much for that proverb. If you have any proverb that you'd like to be profiled on this show, let us know. We'll do that. Until tomorrow, it's a very, very cold Monday morning. Most of us will want to go to bed, but we cannot. Work is a medicine of poverty. Please be reminded. From the rest of the crew here, Maria, Walter, these two guys in raincoats, and Maureen, the baddest producer down at the studio, Manmeet and Charles, we want to say have a fantastic Monday. Bye-bye.
You're watching Morning at NTV with Simon Kasiate, Mabel Kebirunji, and Brian Mulondo.
NTV, turning on your world.
She was molested when she was 6 by someone she trusted.
The doctors finally walked into the door. They basically were telling me that she had a 5% chance of living.
I couldn't understand how somebody that tells you they loved you, that held you as a child, could abuse you.
Tommy Scott grew up among gang violence, drugs, and poverty in the projects of South Central Los Angeles.
I felt not normal, not good. I wasn't lovable.
As a teen, Melissa discovered that drinking gave some relief.
Tommy is free today and continues to tell people that it was Jesus who changed his life.
The time I spent in prison, I spent putting my ideas together on, how I was going to come back and make it all right.
And I realized my purpose, that I was created to reflect the glory of God.
Duke now realizes why God kept him alive.
These were real people facing desperate situations, just like you and me.
Jesus died to set you free, and he can give you a new heart.
On the next episode, brought to you by...
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
Destiny River.
All you have to do is give this envelope to the bishop. Then I want to see what that subversive priest will do next.
Do you want me to deliver it personally?
No, Lauro. That's not the kind of business she's coming over to offer you. Business that may end up being very good for your company.
2 times! When I insisted, he punched me. You were there, you saw it.
Destiny River.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and never fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
ebibuuzo ebiwerako ansanga togirina ng'embeera eganye amaziga nokaba njanyo yandoga nakola ki Katonda anyambe ndiwe webuza ku mikwano gyo ansa tebagirina mu basawo ne ku ndagu ansa nebula n'obuza ku Katonda ng'olaba takuddamu naye toterebuka ye yakutonda amanyi yensonga lwaki yatereka ekifo ky'omu ggulu amanyi nti amaziga gabawo nga buzibye yensonga lwaki omuyaga nga mungi abeerawo amanyi nti museeno tolina mirembe yensonga lwaki yatereka ekifo ky'omu ggulu amanyi nti amaziga gabawo nga buzibye yensonga lwaki omuyaga nga mungi abeerawo Mukama amanyi nti obuliddwa obufumbo bulungi naye guma kuba Mukama yagabawo obufumbo amanyi nti obwavu bukuluma okuzaama naye guma kuba yalina ebyo bye wetaaga amanyi nti ekirwadde kyo kiganye naye guma olabe ekikulukuto kyawona amanyi nti wasoma naye tolina mulimu naye guma kuba olaba abatasoma bafunye emirimu amanyi nti abakolimira bangi ogwe naye kyassanyu mu bikolimo akuwadde emikisa amanyi nti eŋŋanda n'emikwano badduka naye guma kuba muganda wo ye Yesu mukwano gwo amanyi nti musendi tolina mirembe yensonga lwaki yatereka ekifo ky'omu ggulu amanyi nti amaziga gabawo nga buzibye yensonga lwaki omuyaga nga mungi abeerawo amanyi nti museeno tolina mirembe yensonga lwaki yatereka ekifo ky'omu ggulu amanyi nti amaziga gabawo nga buzibye bulijjo yensonga lwaki omuyaga nga mungi abeerawo oyo Mukama amanyi nti museeno tolina mirembe toterebuka yensonga lwaki kubanga amanyi yatereka ekifo ky'omu ggulu ndogo sijali mubaji wa shida zako God knows musaba kuwanguze amanyi nti museeno tolina mirembe yensonga lwaki yatereka ekifo ky'omu ggulu ndogo sijali mubaji wa shida zako God knows musaba kuwanguze
Tuyambe
kiri okumpanya ne tubaawo bwe twasookera nga twagala Katonda n'entiisa ye ng'eri buffe naye kaakano ebisanyusa emibiri gyaffe bye tukola ayi Mukama tuyambe naffe tutuno tuyambe tukwetaaga tuyambe yamba otuwonye oyamba abasumba tuyambe oyamba abayimbi tuyambe buli omu akwetaaga tuyambe otuwonye amawanga galwanagana ebiwobugagga bitumalamu emitima gisavuwadde olw'ebintu by'ensi ebigwawo omutonzi waffe alindiridde tukomewo tuve mu kubula amaka gaffe tugamukwase ensi yaffe ajagala ayi Mukama tuyambe naffe tutuno tuyambe tukwetaaga tuyambe yamba otuwonye oyamba abasumba tuyambe oyamba abayimbi tuyambe buli omu akwetaaga tuyambe otuwonye emitima girwadde ndwadde entalo zifuuse entalo ebyobugagga tubyagadde nnyo ne tusussa we twandikomye Katonda waffe yasuubiza nti abantu bange bwe balyetoowaza ne bakyuka ne bava mu bubi ndibawonya ndibawulira ayi Mukama tuyambe 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 Mukama otuwonye wayamba abalala tuyambe naffe tutuno tuyambe tukwetaaga tuyambe yamba otuwonye oyamba abasumba tuyambe oyamba abayimbi tuyambe buli omu akwetaaga
Abera omubiri NTV, turning on your world.
Sometimes children have amazing ideas, but they can lead to tough stains. And for tough stains, there's new Omo Fast Action. Its super fast cleaning technology removes stains fast. New Omo, no one removes tough stains faster.
Now this was different. It was as if he was always walking in a shadow. I mean, every step he took towards the light, just when you thought his face was about to be revealed, it wasn't. It was as if the lights dimmed. I wasn't interested in his drink. No, I was more interested in what he was carrying when he walked in. Some sort of a suitcase, kind of heavy. And he sat that thing on a stool beside him as if it were a girl. One. Then,
that's what I bought it for. If you see someone you don't know, kill him. I can't take any more chances. Boom, boom!
Quiero darte todo lo que siento y más que eso.
On the next episode, brought to you by...
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
La Patrona.
Away. Fight me at the polls and face to face.
I have lots of money, Doc. I have a lot of money. Please let me stay. I'll compensate you. I'll compensate you well for it, okay?
Are you saying that the only kidney that I have left is about to fail me?
I'm afraid so.
This is all your fault, and
I don't want anything from a traitor like you.
How dare you reprimand me?
You just came to San Pedro with only one purpose. You wanted to destroy the boss league.
La Patrona.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and never fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
This program is rated PG. It is suitable for children ages 8 and above, but parental guidance is advised as it might contain mild violence and mature situations.
90% of cops go through their entire career without ever firing their gun. On that day, that was roughly 1,500 rounds fired. We were armed with pistols. These guys were slinging automatic machine guns. An AK-47 machine gun is a weapon that was designed for war. High-velocity rounds were invented to penetrate armor and kill their target. He used them in a bank job, and you've done something that no one in America has ever done before. Danger's all around us. In the streets. In your car. Maybe even the guy next door.
God sakes, can you turn it down a bit?
Right. You okay?
Yeah. Let it go. What'd they say?
Nothing. It's so funny.
Our life.
Well, Jim, Kelly, forecast. Plenty of sunshine with seasonal temperatures. Looking for a high of 72 degrees by
Lord,
midday.
help me to remember that there are many paths and one truth. Help me to do the right thing out there.
Wake up, Larry.
Shit, what time is it?
Let's go. It's the morning time.
Make some coffee. Unreal.
You know any of them?
Yeah, Davis. He was a good man. We went through the academy together.
So you're gonna mail those taxes today?
Yeah.
Don't forget to get a return receipt.
Get a receipt, right?
Be careful.
My father was my hero and a legend in the LAPD. He died in his patrol car of a heart attack. He was 62 at the time. All I ever wanted was to be just like him. My dad was proud. He loved it when I made SWAT.
See, we're SWAT. That stands for Special Weapons and Tactics. And we respond to any situation. Regular uniform patrol, you know, wouldn't really have the firepower or the training to handle.
Open door! Like what? I got point! Push your hands! Down! Stay with me, Donnie! Down! Drop your weapons! I need a trailer! I got guns! Cover him! Trailer, Donnie, get in here! Who the hell were you? I got multiple suspects here! Donnie, what the hell happened in there? You left me completely alone.
Yeah, I was there.
Hey, you gotta take it down a notch.
Don't worry about me, all right? Wrap this up and get in the car. You did good.
Good morning, 1:30, and it looks like another beautiful day in the City of Angels. For the latest on your commute, let's go high in the sky with our own Captain Chuck Scott.
Well, Jim, Kelly, traffic's moving fairly well for a getaway Friday. A couple of trouble spots we'll be telling you about in the next update. Right now, clear blue skies, wind out of the northeast by 15, and we will have a complete traffic break for you coming up in 10.
RHD, Robbery Homicide Division. We're the best of the best, and we get all the high-profile cases. LA Confidential, Al Pacino in Heat, Joe Friday, and all that. The only difference is that those guys don't have to juggle 75 cases all at once. Me, I've got to prioritize, and back in '95, my priority was them. We had a name for them. We called them the High Incident Bandits. Chatsworth, 2 years prior, these guys decided to make an early withdrawal. They kill a guard, they executed him, ambushed him, took his head off with an AK-47. That kind of firepower in a bank job is unheard of. These guys were an anomaly. I made a promise to that widow that I wouldn't quit until I caught up with the sons of bitches that killed her husband. We make promises like that all the time in my line of work. And we like to think that we mean it. That time, I really meant it. 6 months later, another armored car. Then 2 more banks, takeover style. The most dangerous kind. They got away with over $2 million. I guess they wanted to live the good life, and they wanted to live it pretty fast instead of getting a job like the rest of us. Anyway, they disappeared into the wind one day, but I knew they'd be back.
Hey, did you see that? Porsche 911. I love those. I hate the Germans. They're from Romania. That practically makes you a German.
I'm an American. And I like Corvettes and Mustangs.
If you're going for horsepower and good looks, there's nothing wrong with that.
Corvettes and Mustangs and a Mexican girl. I like that girl right there.
Morning, sir. Hey, Luis. So, what do you think of my new wheels?
Wow, that's great, man. I really love gold.
Champagne.
Huh?
The color. It's called champagne.
Oh.
Hey, keep working hard and one day you'll be able to afford champagne.
Oh, I sure hope so, sir. I sure hope so. Dick.
Ow, jeez.
You all right?
It's nothing.
Hey, you can say if it hurts. It's okay, tough robo girl.
Hey!
Yeah, oh, here we go with that whole women can handle it attitude because of childbirth and years of pain and suffering.
Yeah, that's right. You
Right.
can stand the pain of childbirth, Henry.
Better you than me, sister girl. I tell you what, I could stand. You need to take me out one of those salsa honeys. Teach me how.
Oh,
I could
come
salsa
on.
dance.
Don't start that
Give me
again.
a shot.
You'll embarrass me.
I got flavor. I got mad flavor.
Yeah, I know. Okay, I know you can move it, but...
Central 9, Adam 37.
9, Adam 37, go ahead.
Possible 415 family, 5242 Radford.
9, Adam 37. Roger.
You're
up over the Hollywood freeway where it is slow going this morning. There's a signaler just south of Highland where a tractor trailer's broken down in the number 1 lane. If you're traveling north, consider using side streets.
They're late. They'll be here. Just stay cool.
I'm cool. I'm cool. It's just so freaking hot here.
Try taking 3 of these. It'll definitely help calm you down. Don't worry about it.
That's about it for out here. Now let me show you the vault. I have one key, and Randy has the other, okay? It won't open with just mine. Okay. Let me show you something. Little tool of the trade here. You know what this is?
20s.
No. 2 bands. See here? Die pack.
Die pack. Gotcha.
We keep 1 in here, 1 in each of the drawers. You try and leave the bank with this, and the battery makes the red dye explode all over the bills. It's the bomb. Hey, one time we had this robber, right? He leaves the bank with this, drops it on the way out, picks it up, shoves it down his pants, and boom, it goes off. I don't think he's gonna be having kids anytime soon.
Did you, get robbed a lot?
About 3 or 4 times, but not here, at the other branches I worked at. Look, it's all insured, okay? You never argue. Just give them what they want.
Okay.
All right? Okay, let's go get some coffee.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
At that point, I kicked the door. I understand the old guy had to get 7 stitches.
That doesn't concern me. What does concern me is that you went charging in there like some freaking John Wayne and left your partner alone in a room with 4 felons. I know you've been going through a tough time, son. Your father was a great man.
I'm fine. That's got nothing to do with it. I had a bad day.
9,000 cops in the LAPD, Donnie. And only 60 are good enough to make it to SWAT. We can't afford to have bad days. Now, you're taking some time off to mourn, kid. I need you making decisions, the right decisions from here on in. Next time, it might not be some 70-year-old man behind that door.
I don't need the time off.
And I'm not asking your opinion. That's all.
Here you go, Frank.
Hey, Ralph. Good as new. Should last you another 20 years.
Yeah, I'm sure it will. But what about me?
You're a survivor, Frank. You know that.
Let's hope so. Hey, Donnie.
Frank.
How are you?
Not bad.
Sorry to hear about your old man. He was good.
You guys worked together 77th, right?
He was my T.O. Kicked my ass every day for 6 months. That was a different department back then.
So I hear.
I gotta run. Gotta be in court, so, yeah, look after yourself, yeah?
We'll see you later, Frank. Thanks.
Well, I'm a training officer, and Bobby is probably the 30th or 32nd younger officer that I've trained. A young cop needs to learn more than anything how to leap to that training that you get mentally when you're in an emergency situation.
Hey, Bobby, is it clean?
Is now. Morning watch brought in a hype, found 2 needles in the back seat.
Uh-oh. You got stuff?
Had my gloves on.
Attaboy. Tires?
At least 50 more miles of treads left.
12 gauge?
4 rounds, double up buck.
Tank?
Full.
Coffee?
Black.
You keep this up, I might let you have lunch today.
Get get these
You need to calm down, man,
Come on! I was whipping your ass right now. Let me go!
Let's go. You need to calm down right now.
Ramon, how old are you, man?
16.
16, that's good.
I don't understand what's happened to him.
Is he using or running with a gang?
Well, who knows?
No more juvie hall for you, huh? You hang with the big boys now. They're gonna love you, baby. You gonna be someone's date for the prom tonight? Huh?
There's no father to help me with this. I'm doing it all by myself.
I know, man.
He's a man now. How can I stand up to a man?
I see.
It's just me.
I see.
I'm doing everything I can.
That's a good move, too, man. Joining Florencia, what's that, about 2 of them dying a week these days?
Nigga, don't know nothing about me, man.
Tell you what, I know this, you mess with your moms again, man. Domestic violence ain't no joke.
For 6 months, he was doing okay, getting okay grades, going to school every day. And then his principal calls me the other day and tells him he hasn't even been to school in 2 months.
And you didn't know about this?
I've been working. I get up early, I go to work, I get home late.
Mm-hmm. How many jobs you work, ma'am?
What's your problem, man? Nigga made it good, now you come back to the hood all enlightened and shit? Please, man.
Ramon, let me tell you something. You recognize him? Huh? Wasn't he the leader of your gang there? I mean, until he lost his mind and his nuts. What, you don't like my book? Take a look at my book. Oh, I got another guy here. Check it out. Huh. That's O-Dog, right there. You know him? I had O-Dog just where you're sitting just now. You know, I need to get me a picture of you. See, that way I can have a before and an after. Oh, you didn't like my picture book, Ramon? Huh? How do you think you're gonna end up? How you gonna get it, Ramon? Like him? You need to think about that.
These guys were media junkies, robbing banks in the morning and watching themselves on television in the afternoon.
Hello, Frank.
Hey,
Testifying in the Cortez case?
who's gonna cover it, you?
Care to comment on that?
Yeah, the cop. I think he's guilty.
Actually, there are 3 cops involved.
Well, then, all 3 of them must be guilty. I mean, that's what you're gonna say anyway, right?
Right.
So now you've got a source. Back in '65, it was the Watts riots, then early '70s, the Hillside Strangler, and the Night Stalker. So you got everybody good and scared, so afraid they couldn't even come out of their houses at night. Then along came the early '90s, Rodney King beatings, and, well, by then, we all became a bunch of racists, right?
It's gonna be a while. Judge had to hear a PI motion in Part 49.
What does that translate to, an 8 a.m. tea time at Riviera?
More or less.
How long do you think?
Couple hours.
All right, thanks.
You know you forgot OJ.
Did I?
Uh-huh.
Well, imagine that. I'll tell you what. Why don't you come by my house some evening and I'll show you my Bruno Magli shoe, size 10.5. I only got one, though. I left the other one somewhere in Brentwood.
Bye, Frank.
See ya.
Gracias, señor. Payback.
You're gonna get us in trouble, Henry.
You see that kid in the car right there? He's the one in trouble, not us. Sometimes you gotta do what you can do to reach somebody.
It's very noble, Henry. But showing crime scene photos of a live case and playing preacher.
You know what? Just because you don't stand up for your own beliefs doesn't mean I don't stand up for mine.
You don't know shit about my beliefs, Henry. All I'm saying is, these days you even look at a suspect the wrong way and the department gets sued. And our asses get hauled off before a trial board, all right?
Slide over. Turn around so I can uncuff you. You hungry? I brought you some food.
Here we go.
Where's he going?
It's not our guy.
Shit. Screw this shit, man.
Can you guys set up? Yeah. And you don't forget about Friday. It's your turn to buy margaritas, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Luis, can you open up for me, please? Yes, sir. I'm going to do that. Listen.
Thanks. What's up with bags?
It's on your desk.
Okay, great.
Judy.
What I'm trying to do is...
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Change of plans. We do the bank.
Okay. I'm with you. Let's do the bank.
Hello.
Hi, honey.
Hey.
Did you get to go back to sleep?
Nah, I couldn't.
Nah, it doesn't work, does it?
So you, heading anywhere special?
Going to the post office.
Good to hear it. You gonna be late tonight?
I think I'll call it off early today.
Oh, great. Okay, I'll talk to you later, baby.
I love you, honey.
Love you too.
When you're a cop, you have to make split-second decisions, and sometimes it's life or death. Then everybody else, your boss and the police commission and all the reporters, well, they get to take all the time in the world to form an opinion about what it is that you did and how you did it. It's kind of like being on trial every day. And sooner or later, I mean, how much of that shit can you take? You wake up one morning and you say, that's it, I'm gonna turn in my papers.
Everyone's got an SUV. They're nice.
Yeah, and they're fun to drive, too.
Shit!
Shit, hang
211.
Everybody down! Heads down! Move and you die! Just go in my face!
15A, 39. We have a possible 211 in progress. 600 Laurel Canyon, Bank of America. Multiple suspects armed with AK-47s. Officers requesting help. 211, let's clear this street. Got it! I got the other side!
units, 211 in progress, 6600 Laurel Canyon. Shots fired.
9 Adam 37, we're en route.
Let me out of here, man. It's cool.
Suspects described as large males wearing body armor and carrying automatic weapons. I repeat, multiple shots fired.
I'm en route.
That day, I was ready to say enough, and then I got the call. It's not something that you can turn your back on.
Stay down!
Attention all Valley units. Officer needs help, 6600 Laurel Canyon.
Officer needs help call is the most important call you can get. That means there's somebody, he's down. He's in trouble. And I'm gonna put the call out there, and anyone who's in the area, get your ass over here. The way I grew up, the LAPD was family. My dad was cop for 31 years. My mom died when I was very young, and so these guys were the people that I knew. They came over to the house. We had picnics together, and they were my family. You get an officer needs help call, that means your family needs help. Their life is in danger. It's your job to get there.
We got a 211 in progress, North Hollywood. Officers need help. Come on, get your shit, let's go! Load up the 223s, load the MP5s, we don't need them.
Moving your dead.
I did 2 tours of Vietnam, and there's 2 things you never forget. Your number of days in, and the sound of a Chinese-made AK-47 machine gun. Those 2 guys were packing AKs, and I had a 9mm Beretta. I was in the wrong place with the wrong gun.
15A39. I want 1 unit on the north side, 1 unit on the south side, 1 unit around back if possible. Hurry up!
The wall! Open the wall! What? The wall! I need a second set of keys. Who got them? Randy over there. Randy!
I have the key. Hurry up, bitch.
Faster!
All right, let's not hurt anybody. I got the key right here.
Get.
I got the key.
On the ground! Head down! No! Head down!
There's something going on out here. I don't know what it is.
Flying over North Hollywood right now, where there are several LAPD units surrounding what looks to be a Bank of America building.
Where's your watch, Commander? How long they been in there?
About 6 minutes.
This is 15L10. All units, stay off the air. I repeat, stay off the air unless you have a genuine emergency.
Do they know we're out here?
Been ringing the bank manager's office, there's no answer.
I think I know these guys. They're gonna come out heavy.
I want containment on the rear of this building right now.
We need traffic blocked off on Archwood and Kittredge. No civilians in, no suspects out.
Why don't you take the south side? All right. Go to Kittredge. Right, take another unit. Go with me,
Come on, I'm gonna let you go under one condition.
I mean, you crazy? You heard the radio. There's bank robbers everywhere, man.
That condition is you stay your ass in school.
Fine, man. Let me go, man.
Hey, wait a minute now.
I see you got the cross and the crucifix over here, right?
Yeah.
All right. And you take this. You're gonna need it more than me. Go ahead, take it.
A Bible, man? What am I supposed to do with
I
this?
want you to read it.
Which part?
Whatever part speaks to you. Ramon, listen. Before you think about hitting your mom again, I got her number, she got mine. I hit back. Don't end up in my picture book, brother. Go on. Go.
Let him go?
Back inside.
Hey,
Back out.
hey, I'm the one that called 911. These two guys just pulled up and they...
Ma'am, we're all over it, okay? We know. You need to stand back.
I saw them go into the bank.
You need to stand back.
The 101 southbound beginning to back up at the 170. 405 is clear but slow in both directions. Assignment desk. This is Sky Fox. I'm flying over North Hollywood right now, and something's going on down here, you guys. Cops everywhere. They're surrounding this Bank of America. We're not sure what's going on, but it's big. Really, really big. Numerous police units are responding to a shots fired call. What do you guys want me to do?
Bill, we got a live feed up. Bank robbery in progress, North Hollywood. I think we should cut in.
Police response?
Multiple units. Shots have already been fired in the bank.
Okay, let's do it. Go live.
Okay, everybody ready? In 3, 2, 1.
We interrupt this program for a special report from North Hollywood.
Given the force out here, they've got to give up. Commander, hello? Hello? Gentlemen, I need a landline.
NTV, turning on your world.
Hezekiah Walker and the Love Fellowship Choir are coming to Kampala June 27th. Also in concert, Exodus, Judith Babirier, and Romeo Adong, live at the New Liberty Worship Center International Uganda. Tickets are $150,000, $50,000, and $30,000. On sale at all Payway outlets and the Liberty Worship Center. Call 077-256-9708. Also join us at our special charity meet and greet dinner for cancer treatment Thursday, June 26th at the Speak Resort. Tickets $200,000. That's June 27th. Hezekiah Walker.
Running out of airtime can happen to anyone. The next time you recharge, simply dial *161# to get going again.
On the next episode of Deception.
Chris, I have told you nothing but the truth.
Are you sure you want to?
Your #1 drama series is taking you back where it all began.
It's his mother. Put that luggage down.
This Monday, go back in time and see where it all began.
A man earns respect, not by making a wedding.
Where did the story begin? What really happened? Go back in time and see what really started the deception.
Deception.
At Orange, we know that running out of airtime can happen to anyone. That's why we bring you Wetase. Simply dial *161# to get going again. Convenience changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
Somebody gets hurt. Conflicting numbers. We don't know who's still inside the bank. We'll get there. Whether or not they're shot, we just don't know. Shut up! Look at my face! What's taking so damn long? Charlie, what are you doing? These are shit that Jim's opened them. Open the gates! I can't. Yes, you can. I can't. Open it. The eyes. The guy just looked at me. You know? I'll never forget that. I was scared. You know? I didn't think I was gonna get out of there, really. I thought you were gonna be, you know, seeing one dead Latino right here. Look out! Hey, who got the money?
time. Hang in there. Help is on the way. What is your location? 9049. What is your location? 9049. 9049. Officer down. Call 3. He needs help. Call 3. What do you have in mind? I'm going to take this car. Pull around. Henry, you hang in. We're coming for you.
Remember, I got my visa from this bank. Take it out. You ought to ask them to wave your bell.
I'm helping your DH's mom.
Yeah, but why?
Well, it is weird seeing that DH and I never got married, but she's very much convinced that we would have been.
Yeah, that is a bit weird.
Yeah, it is.
So why are you doing it?
You know, it'll just make things easier for Zolani. I mean, he's had to step up as head of the family and running of DH Holdings and organizing the memorial on Thursday. So I think just being there to support the mom when the associates come to give their condolences, you know. It's just...
Yeah, shame, man.
I know. If you want to know the truth, though, I do find it a bit overwhelming. Anyway, girl has to do what a girl has to do. I have to go.
Yeah.
Thanks again. You're welcome.
Well, I can blame, you know?
No. Why am I not for Taku and Manjele?
Ah, whatever.
I don't know way pulling the shot to suffer a corner.
Oh, nothing.
Ish, I'll food no guys.
But I'm going to king, Besh.
No, I couldn't manage when you spitting a corn.
So what did I go for? You know, I couldn't have kept it a secret forever anyway, Ish.
I'm a resin. May I go to the Elephant and Tip Kloof?
Yeah, well, that's what Safo was saying. I'm going to my mates, you know?
No, my husband's better team.
Hey.
Oh, Fats in Vetura couldn't manage way of putting a Oshama corner, which is wrong guiding. And when I'm down, I'm about to report the SCCMA.
No, I don't want to do that.
Why?
Because I can't say later, okay? And I don't want to cause trouble for Safo.
Okay, and then you might just up.
But what I'm...
All right, you give me more njengamanje ngihlanganisile. Into engizoyicela nje ukuthi uthathe umama umise emlindelweni then bese kuhlala kanye nathi.
Solani, this is not getting any easier.
Aw, Lucille, ngoba ngithi sikhulumile nje ngalento.
I know. I'm losing myself in this whole thing, you know? I don't even have time to this whole situation.
Okay.
I know that you need me to help your mom, but I'm still worried about this whole thing.
Yini ozofuna ukuyenza?
Tell her the truth.
Uchaza ukuthini?
I think we should tell your mother everything.
Lucille, no. Angeke sizikwazi ukuyenza leyo.
Why not, Solani?
Ngoba isilesikhathi sikakalungi.
But ukaseni betere, it's gonna get worse hansena kwethu.
Look, umama usabhekene nezinto eziningi ngamanje, okay?
Solani, look, okay, I can feel that your mother's building a bond with me. She's really opening up to me. She's accepting me.
Yes, ngiyakubona lokho.
Which is why I think we must tell her now, because I can't
Lucille, no. Angeke sizikwazi. Ngizocela nje ukuthi uma simiyeke azile okwamanje sidlule lesi sigaba then sesingabona ukuthi sokwenza njani. Because angiboni nje kuyi-idea leyo.
Sometimes children have amazing ideas, but they can lead to tough stains. And for tough stains, there's new Omo Fast Action. Its super fast cleaning technology removes stains fast. New Omo, no one removes tough stains faster.
Aro, give me 5 stress. 3 gonorrhea.
Kale muli wano, you think you've brought capacas? Omwana yenna asobola okugamba super deep. Si myaka gyaffe.
I'm like, I like my swag too. So what about it? Then she was like, I also like your accent. That village accent. Now.
Why are you crying?
I think I'm Big Mitch. Larry Hoover. Put that in Kiprochichi's accent.
I think I'm Big Mitch. Larry Hoover.
Business she's coming over to offer you. Business that may end up being very good for your company.
2 times. When I insisted, he punched me. You were there, you saw it.
Destiny River.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and none of us from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
Saba, manyo kusifuna ngeno bokola yadde nekyazibula tokoma kanya kokole I just ready, I am so ready and steady. No nyasete oyagala kuba bulungi oyagala okuvuga ennungi mwana uke mafaranga pesa randi dola. Oyagala okuba bulungi oyagala okuvuga ennungi mwana uke mafaranga pesa randi dola. Kubakyejju bateminabaayo mu mutima gwo waliwo eddoboozi erivaayo tosonguke otandike okukola manya osinga okutya okunaku ekisikirizeho kaddiraba nze nakimanya esikola tennalyawa ubuko buto bukulu n'omukadde munyo azaagaza kiki mube mu uptown oba mu downtown omukazi ayagala bizigo bye ate omupangisa ayagala zimba ye omwana ayagala bli ate omuzadde ayagala fees omuwanvu n'omumpi omwewala n'okumpi oyagala okuwa bulungi oyagala okuvuga ennungi mwana uke mafaranga pesa randi dola. Oyagala okuba bulungi oyagala okuvuga ennungi mwana uke mafaranga pesa randi dola. No man is an island buli omu yeetaaga munne olwo twezimbe kale mubangu osuubula ngatto nampale kasukula essaati nange luno olugano Uganda, Obango Sisa, Sente. Oh, I am Omukaza Yagala, Sikome, Atoko Pangisa Yagala, Simba, Omana Yagala, Fling, Atoko Sanda Yagala, Peace, Omuango, Tokyo, Wimana, Toku, Yagalo, Yagalo, Genundi, Wana, okay, Maparanga Pesa Randola, Yagalo, Kuba, Yagalo, Genundi, Wana, okay, Maparanga Pesa Randola.
Peter nawe yalumpandikira
Peter nawe okay
ampandikira nyimba nyingi so netulukolere wa brand jeje kati concept ya video fetu wa coming up nayo nze ne Justin Bass manager wa
yaliemu bomwakola zanjawulo ne mujjamu
of course tugamba nti kati the whole concept tuji ya mlundi gumu like tufuna ideas you know maybe tutandikewo tubachi ekijjanga kyetukola ki kyetugenda nakyo then tugenda ne wa video producer
naye abali ekityo
naye nayongera nkubyayina netukwatagana bulungi nekibera nga kivayo wekityo na video yavayo yes
video nevayo wekityo ebiseera ebisinga bungi video zino teziba nyangu zifa nnyo abasajja abakola video abane ideas ezize naawe omuyimbi ng'olina kati oluusi ne bitakwatagana ne kyaffectinga ebiseera bisinga obungi quality oba oliawo video zonna zo z'okola emabega obadde ozikola ne manager ofuna concept rather okukola script.
Of course, kale Justine when ntandise okukola naye tubadde tukola ffenna concepts.
Ani yayi akakagatta okumenyeka?
Ye Justine.
Musajja muyayi. Basebo ne banya tuline Rena Nalumansi omuyimbi akubye obuyimbo obwenjawulo tufuna ba diva artist. Omwaka guno mwana gwina pressure ya?
Yeah, so
do you feel it?
I do because okuva nali nfulumiza ontambuza of course nayina okuzaako oluyimba olulala so nga n'ekyo kindiko kati nensalawo kampitireko eri nendeta gospel inspiration which is actually doing so well abantu balwagala luzaamu amaani and when you listen to it the message speaks to you so kati ndi mugumu waali abantu bamwagala and tulina n'endala empya
abayimbi buli mufunayo ennyimba lumu 2-3 kati gabula ntambuza lwali nsonga nga muga mukoze concert
no actually fe tulina album number tugenda kufulumya 10 songs album ya nyimba 10 wabula ennyimba 4 okuggwa era eyo album eneggwa nga tukola kye bayita tulaunching album eyo then nga tukola listeners party for our fans.
Listeners party?
Yes.
Okay, wow, like where, man?
Tukyalowooza kifo kyakoleramu kubanga tukyali mu myezi ng'esatu twagala album esokebere complete tulabe nga tukiteeka bulungi nnyo.
Well, I like your nails.
Thank you.
Buno bukyindabako obugambo bwawe. Design
zijja nga ziri already
baziwandikako
like that
nga bazikoze bwe bakati zino ziriko
nyingi ziriko waliwo ziri stiletto waliwo
kati kuli ebyo bigambo byenda bo ba just style
bigambo
bisoma bitya
Chiza
who is Chiza?
I don't know. They just look good names.
Chala nakole bwete otambula odiwadde mu kutegattako ng'ogenda ku Facebook page yaffe nonyamukona ne NTV osobola okubuuza Rena ekibuuzo kyonna kyoyagadde omubuuza oba ojja kuba tugenda ku simu zaffe obeere nga osobola okumubuuza Rena like we said omwaka guno competition is really really high and so many people are doing well. So many. Look at Shiba; she's trying to do well. Of course, so Irene Intale. You have, of course, Rema Waliao, Fie. So many young girls, talented girls. Which side? Who do you see? Okay, you know what? But
yeah, already Shiba is doing well. Irene, get away, you get there.
Shiba, how?
Her songs are out there. She has songs to Okay, I'm telling you now.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're working hard. Actually, about working so hard right now. Zendaba mostly nyimba za zezilio out there. So na fe twerana ko kubeda nga tuli
problem eri wo kati Shiba ajja kujja n'olimba lwolwo ice cream kubibwa mu bidongo wonna kati n'abayimbi abalala ne bagamba ono bwakubye
kati waliwo abakola ennyimba z'emikolo ngira bayimba nnyo ku mikolo nyinayo ennyimba z'omukolo nyinayo omukwano gw'ogubumbujja waliwo olupya kasikonda yono so nziina but I think kibeera better n'obeera ng'ogwa buli wamu I think notabeera one-sided kubanga you never know time oyinza okuba nga yakino no missing out.
What do you think is better between Shiba and Irene Intale?
I don't know. I like Irene Intale. She's a vocalist.
Oligamba la masquerade Shiba.
I didn't say that.
Okay, atuchali fena tuli kukona ne NTV. My name is Miles Wamita alongside Rena tuli wano ojiwa dembo okumubuuza ebibuuzo byonna byoyagadde ng'oyita essimu zaffe tujja zita naye okusingira ddala twandiyagadde nnyo obubaka bw'essimu kasita ogenda mu Facebook wayabwereere ndowooza oba tosobodde osobola okuyinza obubaka ku message yaffe ya 6565 naye abantu mwenna abalengera bali Busia omukulu promoter Charles webale nnyo enkoko ogirita ddi musajja gwe twali enkoko ey'akatogo ebuusi twalina epita omapita ekyokulya ky'otwala yali bana abali Busia waliwo omukyala ali Busia akafusika manyayi n'enkoko y'oluwombo webale nnyo ne tubeera ne musajja mukulu Emma kati gwe manager wa YNM Emma officially Emma nawe webale kulengera oli munyonyaawo katuwummulemu katono tukomewo n'ebibuuzo bingi nnyo obale onawo tuwulire kiki eddala omwaka guno kyotutegekeddeyo katuwummule tukomewo
NTV
turning on your world.
Hezekiah Walker and the Love Fellowship Choir are coming to Kampala June 27th. Also in concert, Exodus, Judith Babirier, and Romeo Wadong, live at the New Liberty Worship Center International, Uganda. Tickets are $150,000, $50,000, and $30,000 on sale at all Payway outlets and the Liberty Worship Center. Call 077-256-9708. Also join us at our special charity meet and greet dinner for cancer treatment Thursday, June 26th at the Speak Resort. Tickets $200,000. That's June 27th. Hezekiah Walker.
On the next episode, brought to you by...
At Orange, we know you want to do more on the internet. That's why we bring you happy hour day and night.
La Patrona.
Away. Fight me at the polls and face to face.
I have lots of money, Doc. I have a lot of money. Please let me stay. I'll compensate you. I'll compensate you well for it, okay?
Are you saying that the only kidney that I have left is about to fail me?
I'm afraid so.
This is all your fault, and
I don't want anything from a traitor like you.
How dare you reprimand me?
You just came to San Pedro with only one purpose. You wanted to destroy the boss lady.
La Patrona.
You can download movies at the lowest prices and never fast from Orange. Dial *133# to buy a data bundle. Happy hour changes with Orange. Today changes with Orange.
News Updates is brought to you by
Sadolin. Color your world. Trusted and admired for generations.
Good afternoon, this is NTV. My name is Malcolm Musime. We have the headlines now ahead of our day's first bulletin, which is NTV at 1. River Nyamwamba it is again. Kasesi's roads and farms are now a target of fresh floods. And the case of the piglets, the parliament upgrades its security after a group of youth managed to sneak in piglets last week. And an Egyptian court sentences 3 Al Jazeera journalists to 7 years for reporting false news. All these and more stories will be coming up at the top of the hour. Stay tuned to NTV.
Help your walls withstand extreme weather conditions with WeatherGuard only from Sadolin. You need to choose the right company. Sadolin. Color your world. Trusted and admired for generations.
Mwebale kutwegana kukyagenda maaso tuli ku NTV program corner olengera bino bitambula mwebale nnyo mwebale abalengera mikono gyaffe and of course abitukola nabo ebintu bino tulina senior producer Harriet Namayanja webale kubeera ijoli yonna ng'okwataganya ne tubeera ne Irene Doreen Beta nawe tukwaga Diana Beta mwenna mwebale kulengera abantu mwenna bagenda okukola emikolo egy'enjawulo egy'embaga tubagaliza birungi byeri naddala abakoze budget nga kuliko sente z'ekuloga enkuba olinga akoze ka budget ne mu byonna wansi n'ateekako zino za ddogo kuloga nkuba ereme kugwa nammwe tubagulumiddeko nnyo n'abasajja mwenna abafaayo okukola kyonna ekyakabi abakyala tubatumirako nnyo abali ku biseera bya tape omanyi tape ezo zabeera nk'ennyimba nga 12 naye nga zonna simanya 12 nonga 8 tubatumiddeko nnyo banemwe bali kubanga mulengera kikyali ne Rena ali wano mu studio kubanga atubulire ebyenjawulo bingi Rena so many questions are coming through so many questions netwagala tubulire ebintu bingi nnyo ebintu ebi happening throughout the year era waliwo abadde bagamba nti oyina guvumye wano nedda tulina Rena Rena taina muntu yina gwagambe neka soke nkutire some of the questions on agambe. I love the video especially bami say Kalungi agambe I love the video especially the dancing crew.
Thank you.
Ya kabinyo byayogedde birabi sibitufu. Ono ye Farida Guru. Ona katolo bwama okay ona chali katolo bwama mutabagwida ko darusi asinga kuzanya comedy. Rena I love your style. Mutenza Rouge Webster. Mutenza agamba I really love your video, your style rather. When are you giving back to UCC Tororo?
Oh.
Waliyoko, we did one of your shows in the East, at least in Jinja.
Yeah, I've been to Jinja so many times. Nenga Tororo tujja kuja very soon. Yeah.
Okay. Ononaga manti oyo chiki ngakoze nnyo. Style. Oyo ye Kato Moses. Si Kato wa Maulide mkunganya. Onagama nti Alba Raymond Richards. Rena dear, I want to do a song with you. How can we talk more about that?
I nakogera ne Justin Bass.
Ne manager.
Yeah, shimali.
Manager ali kusimu ki? Maybe bayizo mukubirako.
Ali ku 0703 700 Nsanvu
0703
700 248.
248. Okay. Okay, I mean soroti agambe how many songs do you have?
Zona nyingi zizo
kwa nizo tubuli oyinzo kuzimanyi oyinzo kwa tuzimanyi bali
sizimanyi mwendo nenga manyi I have 2 albums nenda kuwa na 2 albums.
Wow.
Kwange neliko 10 songs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ona agambye yeshamu yayo. Rena, I love your music sweetie 100%. Top of my girl moi.
Thank you.
Ngaka akoze. Oyo bwatu batugamba onagamba nti okay ona cha banji that they had you fling with JB. What's the truth? Ekira kyo kyogereko nti waliwo ekigenda maaso ne Jubi naye ona ateeka kwa Kizito James olaba Justin B amanyine JB ndikwani wategeeza but for me tetubatya bwatu batugambi kiche kigenda maaso ne manage Katsi oyagala kubanga Katsi Justin yagala kubanga Katsi boyfriend manager
no.
But just this is a
it's just a working relationship, you know. Yeah. Maybe I don't know why do they keep saying that.
Maybe because akuyambe bintu. Ono Farida Nanyonjo, big up Rena. I love your music dear.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go.
Bichali
binyinyo kakati Rena. Omwaka guno. You have so many things, right?
Yeah.
Especially oyinaka yimba ko oli mugumu.
Ndi mugumu.
Ndi mugumu rather. Kali tambula buli wamu. So tusubiri ki?
Well, kibasoko okusubula is my listeners party. First of all, the release of the album, we just want to do it the professional way, you know. To flumie, bantu bamanyete album patelichi, with nyimba kumi, of course, nena nyini site, ndimugumu, ontambuza, zona zidioko. I love you, different styles, you know, showing the versatility of Rena Nalumansi. Atobajita, I am
actually, I must say,
Rena
you're a very good dancer.
Thank you.
Why you get a dance? What you karaoke? Seriously?
No, I've never, but thanks. I appreciate. And
Okay.
bade mind money. Album badita I am Rena Nalumansi, yenze Rena Nalumansi, but didn't again kubanga efuluma.
Okay.
Concert no, but a listeners party yes. Nga wenkona ne shows endala ezabulijjo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, katufune ku masimu emu 2 nya tuberenga tugenda tukyalina no mwana mulenzi yajja kubanga twegata ku mazaawo ate tulabe abantu kibatugamba. Hello. Nampijja Whitney agambe Rena you look good.
Thank you.
I love your music. What do you do to make it ndoza okikwataganya otya batu batugamba ye Nampijja Whitney.
Well, nyina management team atengera nange kenyini manyi nti no, you know you have to keep working hard okola nti your fans balabawo cholese all the time kubanga that's how you keep going. So me and my management team tumanyi how to do it.
Chakaba na Uganda kakati ona agudde dalu bameta na Kibuka Stella Gagamel na Kibuka Stella wa Gagamel agambe Rena contact ya handsome guy Rena contact ya handsome guy in the video, that one who was driving you insane. Wow.
Who was driving? Oh, in the video of Ontambuza. He's actually a model.
Okay.
But I cannot just give out his contact
I know.
like that.
Jeff Semo Keith Agambi ebya Rena ne Henry Tigan byakomawa. Did you guys have beef or something?
No, we didn't. We've actually just been to show Ebundi Wujo together.
With that man?
We were working together Msudi Entertainment.
Sudi na yabe eri mulambuko kati nakola atya.
Anti kati we just Sudi alekera auto managing, that's how we stopped. But wali nti oba Rena doesn't like Tiga, no Tiga doesn't like Rena teshiriwo.
Sudi kati ali mu ba international. King Adams Rena mbuza mwe abayimbi abakyala bwe mwambala nga temulaze bisambi byammwe ennyimba tezitunda. No, but she looks nice. I think this is TV, man.
Oh my God.
Oh, you put them. Manager, what you
of course, zitunda, but man, sometimes nange, you know, kwambala change agala. No, yeah.
I know. Okay. On Agambi, we Tony Antonio. Ramiti, thanks for the show. I want to hear Rena Nalmans do an acapella. Nanyini Siri. Okay, coming up, I think.
Yeah.
Semu bidi satu tugenenga tuchito budde bwe tutwaliriza. Hello. Hello. Are you there?
Yeah.
Sebo yogera ko nnyo.
Yeah.
Kali nayo jeba. Osobola okuongeza ku ddoboozi okusinga ku bweriri bwe lityo? Yongerako ku ddoboozi yo sebo. Hello. Wangi sebo?
Webale kuweereza sebo.
Kali nayo sebo bali kulengera.
Ambassador wa Big Talent.
Ambassador wa Big Talent. Okomyewo again.
Yes, sebo. Banayo mwalo oyo yebale kuyimba. Yanyimbira akayimba simanya ontambuza simanya akakondo.
Nekamenyeka.
Kakabi.
Webale kusima.
Yadde nga nvudde mu kayimba nenkogera bwogezi.
Tewali tabu.
Naye nga muganda wange kyakabi nnyo gwosinga.
Webali nnyo balire ddala. Okay, on Agambia Kansima Thomas Didas. I like the song, but the lady does not look good. Oh, what are you talking about? Which lady? Kansima Thomas. Okay, nagamba Remo lyachi.
Ndi emmere ya bulijjo.
Ndowooza onayagala kubuuza emmere gy'olya kika ki oba aje ndowooza ayagala kulya naye ku mmere eyo gy'olya munnaye. Okuba olina gy'oyita ewaffe eyo. Okay, onagamba nti ye Pauline